like a heads up about that.
Absolutely. I'm glad they're looking into it. This has been a thing I keep seeing kind of circulate online about people testing it out with different family members with different products, and from the same place, same product, and they're getting different prices online. It's kind of crazy.
All right, we are out of time for today. Thanks, Marlon Wayans, for coming in and hanging out with us today. Go see his show. It's going to be a wonderful weekend, and have a great weekend here from Good Day Orlando.
Thank you, everybody.
Bye.
There we go. Got to practice that. All right, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us here on Fox Tampa Bay Live. I'm Regina Gonzalez. We are moving through a lot of different news, but the biggest story here locally today is definitely the fact that hundreds of people are now displaced from a Wesley Chapel apartment complex due to a fire that broke out yesterday afternoon. We want to take you out live to the scene right now. We did send a crew to continue our coverage throughout the day. So this is a look at what people are dealing with out there. You could still see a lot of caution tape around the building, and we can tell you that just within the last half hour, Pasco County Fire Rescue did send an update into our newsroom saying that this building has officially been deemed a total loss. The Cobalt Apartments, that is where this happened. That is the building that you are looking at. And it's I shouldn't say building because it is a complex, as residents have actually explained to me, made up of different buildings. So when we spoke to a resident who tragically had to deal with the fact that firefighters needed to rescue her dogs, thankfully they were safe. She said she was in touch with neighbors when the fire first broke out at 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon. And she was asked if she was home. But the fire broke out kind of on one side of the complex and then, of course, viciously spread to the other side. So we've shown you a lot of what the scene looked like yesterday. So I really want to focus on the live right here in front of our face. Crews staying there throughout the night, still there this morning. The American Red Cross and Pasco County Emergency Management now helping approximately 200 people that have been displaced. I know originally it was 400. So we're going to work to see why those numbers change. The building is deemed a total loss. So maybe they didn't realize how many people were living in the building yesterday. That original number had come from Pasco County Fire Rescue. Now they, in their latest update, said 200 people. But they are providing immediate help for anyone that needs it. The American Red Cross on with us earlier to share that they had opened up a shelter overnight in Hudson that a handful of people took advantage of. So that was good. A couple of pets there, but obviously a very fluid situation. Many people staying with friends, family, maybe utilizing local hotels. We can tell you now, if you are watching and you want to help, Cobalt Apartments did officially now announce that they are accepting donations for the families impacted. They are asking for clothing. They are asking for toiletries. It broke my heart into pieces when we spoke to Kira, a resident, like I mentioned, whose dogs were rescued and she was displaced. She said that she was staying somewhere last night and she realized I don't even have deodorant. I don't even have the basic necessities because I wasn't home. And a lot of these people had to run out. A lot of people who were home ran out of there with the clothes on their backs and their animals. And unfortunately, a couple animals did not survive, but Pasco County Fire Rescue is being commended for how quickly they were there. I did hear a reporter in the update that they gave yesterday ask how efficiently the new fire station that they opened kind of near here helped their response time. And the chief couldn't give an exact answer to that, but he did say, we were here in a matter of minutes. So and we also need to shout out the fact that a couple of firefighters had heat-related illnesses after dealing with this all night. So you could still see engines on scene. They have been monitoring the structure very, very closely because they don't want any hot spots to spark up. So again, the people that are displaced, I'm sure they will need as much as you can possibly offer: clothing, toiletries, pet supplies, food, other essential items. Donations can be dropped off at 4338 Cobalt Brook Boulevard. That is 4338 Cobalt Brook Boulevard. As for what started this fire, I know, and even the chief mentioned it in his update, that they want to think that it was related to lightning, but we know that they don't have an official investigation, or they don't have an official cause yet. So that's what we want to just get across there. But we are going to move on from this, guys, really quickly, out actually to Treasure Island, where we are getting an update from police about an investigation involving fraud and burglary. So we're going to raise the volume on this and listen in. Here we go.
This press conference is to hold two purposes today. Number one is to recognize really good police work and dogged determinations of detectives and investigators, and also to give the general public a warning about scams and frauds and how they can really devastate people, and give you some prevention techniques and tips. So hopefully this will be avoided in the future. This was a very complicated case and really turned into a spiderweb investigation.
I'm sorry.
No, sorry.
Yeah, why is it picking up audio?
Do we need to pause or? No, it's fine. You want to just lay it here? Or?
Yeah. Thank you.
Ready? All right. This case began on February 10th, 2026. Treasure Island Police Department responded to a Treasure Island residence for a burglary, grand theft, and scheme to defraud. Detective McDonald, who's standing behind me, responded to investigate the initial call. Approximately $1.5 million in precious metals, jewelry had been taken from the victim's home. How the scam began, and this is what we want everybody to pay attention to. The victim received phone calls from individuals posing as employees of Chase Bank and Bank of America. The suspects convinced her that her accounts and credit cards had been compromised. The victim was persuaded to make substantial wire transfer to an account provided by the suspects. The suspects attempted a large wire transfer. The bank employees recognized the scam and stopped that transaction. The scam then escalated. The suspects convinced the victim that employees of her own bank were involved in this scam. They told her armed individuals could come to her home and rob her and take all of her property. They convinced her she needed to move her valuables to a safe area, and they would assist her in doing that. A suspect was then sent directly to her residence, to her open garage and open safe where she had held her valuables. And here's an important point. What began as a telephone call from outside of our jurisdiction eventually resulted in a suspect physically coming to a Treasure Island resident's home. This demonstrates how sophisticated, how aggressive these scams can become. This is where the immediate investigative work happened. Neighborhood surveillance cameras and our flock cameras in the Treasure Island Causeway helped officers quickly identify a suspect vehicle. The investigation identified a James Arthur Graves Graham Jr. as the perpetrator of the burglary. Graham reported the next day his vehicle was stolen, and it was later recovered in the Fort Lauderdale area. Investigators continued developing evidence through video surveillance, latent fingerprints, and other physical evidence. We then contacted the Tampa Police Department because that's where he lived. Detective McDonald and other investigators worked with the Tampa Police Department and executed a search warrant at Graham's Tampa apartment. Evidence recovered, including clothing consistent with what he was wearing during the burglary. Graham was arrested at the time, but that did not stop the investigation. Detective McDonald and State Attorney Office investigators spent months following the money, subpoenaing bank records, reviewing financial transactions, and locating and interviewing people all over the state of Florida and in the state of Georgia. They coordinated with other law enforcement agencies to make this possible. Investigators physically followed leads and conducted interviews in Tampa, Miami, Fort Lauderdale, Georgia, and additional investigative leads extended all the way to California and Texas. That shows you how complicated and how, like I said, is a spider web these scams go into. The Georgia investigation, money was eventually traced to account belonging to Alnisha Bianca Handy, Detective McDonald and State Attorney Office investigators coordinated with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. They traveled to Georgia and interviewed Handy. They were able to get probable cause and get a warrant for her arrest in her participation in it. The DeKalb County Sheriff's Office coordinated and arrested Handy in Georgia. Now here's the most important part. I've been in law enforcement for over 37 years, and the amount of times we've gotten money back from scammers is almost nil. Fortunately, because of the diligent efforts of these investigators, we were able to recover over 83% of that wire transfer money and get that back to the victim. That's almost unheard of. Once the money is transferred in these scams, it's often moved very, very quickly through other bank accounts and other means, so it disappears. I need to recognize several investigators here. Specifically recognize Detective McDonald for her diligence and determination. I'm going to recognize investigators and from assistant state attorneys from the 6th Judicial Circuit State Attorney's Office, including State Attorney Bruce Bartlett, for his office cooperation and partnership, the Tampa Police Department, the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, the DeKalb County Sheriff's Office, and other assistant agencies. There were many opportunities for this investigation to reach a dead end. Investigators continue following every legitimate lead. When one lead produced another, they kept following it. As I said, this was a spider web, and they just kept going and going. Their persistence resulted in arrest, evidence, and substantial recovery of the victim's money. Now I want to switch over to fraud prevention here. These scammers are professionals at creating fear and urgency. That's one of your warning signs. If they say you have to move quickly, you have to do something quickly. Someone says your bank account has been compromised. Someone says you must act immediately. Someone tells you to wire money, purchase gift cards, purchase something else, purchase gold or valuables. That is a warning sign. What you need to do is slow the situation down. Slow it down and verify all the information someone is telling you. Hang up the phone. There is no urgency in this. Take the time to call your bank, call a 1-800 number on the back of your credit card, and verify that this is actually happening. They're not going to call you, cold call your home and tell you that your bank is being compromised. Call us. At any time, if this person would have called the Treasure Island Police Department, we could have stopped this scam immediately. That breaks our hearts that she even had to go through this. So we want people to slow down, call your local law enforcement agency. They had her convinced that everybody was in on the scam, the police, the bank people, and even had her terrified that the bank was going to come and rob her home. These scams can happen to intelligent and responsible people. They're patient, they're convincing, and they're very, very skilled at manipulating fear. If everybody would take this chance, or just take a few minutes to verify this information, we wouldn't have so many victims. That's why there's so many scams working out there, because people keep falling prey to this. In closing, I'm extremely proud of Detective McDonald and everyone involved. It's an outstanding example of investigative police work and interagency cooperation. Investigators refused to give up on the victim, and as I said before, 83% of the wired fraud loss was recovered. This case remains active criminal prosecution. We have made 2 arrests involving this case. There may be more in the future. These are the 2 people that we've established enough probable cause and enough to make arrests on. And having said that, I'll answer as many questions as I possibly can.
Chief, what was the relationship between the 2 suspects who you've arrested already?
That's still part of the investigation. That's kind of part of what led to the spider web. There were a lot of them were linked through accounts. They interview without giving away too many investigative details. You know, they throw in other people's names out there. They're throwing a lot of dead ends out there, but they were able to find through their own leads what was really happening, what it wasn't. That's why I'm saying we were able to develop probable cause and show that this money actually went to this person's account in Georgia. That's how we were able to recover that. We know some of the money went elsewhere, and we're still looking for some of the other property.
What can you tell us about the victim? You guys tell us, are they elderly, are they younger, they live by themselves, or?
All of that, yes. Elderly, lived by herself, but that's not to say that that's the only profile here. I mean, we have grandparent scams. You know, that's when somebody calls them and says, "Hey, Grandpa, I'm in jail in Mexico. I need you to send $10,000 to whatever," any kind of a scam like that. It doesn't really necessarily mean that just because they're elderly they can fall victim to this. They rely on speed. They rely on confusion. They had her on the phone for over 4.5 hours during the duration of this, just keeping her confused and telling her and keep calling her back and saying, you know, there's people who are going to come. I mean, they changed that entire scam as soon as the wire thing didn't go the second time. They changed the entire scam. And that shows you how this network works. I mean, we talked to people in California, in Texas, and they knew somebody in Tampa that was able to drive to her house and come and open her safe.
Were the items from the safe recovered as well?
Partially.
How much was in that wire transfer, or those wire transfers?
I believe it was 280,000.
And then, how many times have you seen a scam like this of this magnitude, where it goes just deeper and deeper and deeper?
It's not rare, and that's why they very most often lead to dead ends. Investigators, I'm telling you, like I said, based on my experience, recovering money from scams, it's incredibly rare because the sophistication of the networks and it's mostly the dead ends you keep reaching, because we have to rely on, there's so many different parts of the investigation to build this case together, and that's where their diligence pays. Like, we use the flock camera. If not for the flock cameras, all we had was a white pickup truck. Well, how many white pickup trucks do you think there are in Florida? So we knew it was a white pickup truck. We saw that. We saw the side, but the flock camera gives us a picture of the license. So then we talked to that guy. He says, oh, my truck was stolen. So then the truck is stolen in Fort Lauderdale. So we bring the truck back and process it, and no, that's your DNA in there, nobody else's, and stuff like that. So that's how we were able to tie this back to him and start to develop the probable cause that he was actually the guy that came here. It's the same way with wire transfers. They go so quickly, it'll be multiple wire transfers in a matter of hours, and then it'll get to a closed account and it'll just end right there. So it doesn't take much to open up a bank account and have an account number for somebody to transfer the money to.
Do you think of Treasure Island as this incredibly safe place where no one's going to show up at your door and do something like that? What does that say about where these scams can happen?
They can happen anywhere. And remember, this was just a phone call. And they were able to get all this information out of her. They didn't know where she lived when she answered her phone. They had no clue. Their only nexus to Treasure Island is she just happened to pick up her phone, and that's the one they called. And but that shows you that there's a network out here and a wire that they could have somebody physically here within a matter of hours to come and get into her safe.
Chief, are you increasingly seeing AI and technology being used in either the way that people present or the sound that they are able to produce on the phone and make this a more convincing crime?
It's coming. I'm not sure that there was any AI involved in this. This was just old-fashioned trickery, scammers just trying to do, just really taking advantage of an older person and confusion. It's speed and confusion is what they rely on. So somebody's actually on the other end going, oh my God, I said, you have to do this right away. Here they come. And that's how they're able to perpetrate it.
Well, it sounds like you have improving technology also, right? You have to keep trying to stay a step ahead.
We have to, and that's how police technology, that's how it grows. Unfortunately, we're trying to play catch up a lot, but we try to get in front of it as much as we can as well. We've seen, when I started in law enforcement, we didn't have computer investigations and stuff like that. Now that's one of the most major things we have.
What was the victim's reaction when you presented her with these arrests and some of the recovery?
Very pleased. I mean, that was pretty much her life savings right there. Very pleased we were able to do that. We can almost say it changed her life for the better. I mean, there's a lot of property that is still missing, but the fact that we were able to give her a significant amount back was huge for us. That gives us satisfaction as well, and of course for her.
Because of embarrassment, sometimes these victims don't even come forward.
We hear that more often than not. We just advise everybody out there, please call your local law enforcement agency. Don't hesitate. We'd rather spend 15, 20, 25 minutes talking to you and figuring out what's going on and walking away and preventing something than coming back later and trying to get all your life savings back. Because this is the reason we're talking today. This is a rare event that we're able to get this much money back.
Why is that so hard to get that money back?
Just the sophistication of the networks that they have set up. Like I said, if you imagine a spider web, and literally if we put this all on a board, it would look like a spider web, and it just keeps going and going, but there's a lot of dead ends. Like they break one end out of it and it's gone.
The speed on your guys' ends have to do with whether or not you can recover that money.
Absolutely. It's almost like a homicide. You hear that homicide investigators to talk about the first 48 hours. It's very, very similar with this, because this money will be gone. And once it goes overseas, and that's where a lot of the scam money will go, even though that perpetrators may live in the United States, if they have accounts overseas, and not every country has the banking regulations the United States has, it's a great place to hide money, and they know that.
You mentioned that you guys used flock cameras in the investigations. We know that is kind of a controversial thing right now. So, what's your thought on using that in investigations like these?
It's a game changer for us. It's an investigative tool. It's a piece of the puzzle. We can't make an arrest on a flock camera. And I don't want to go off the rails on talking about flock cameras, but if not for flock, there's a lot of investigative leads that we wouldn't have. We would have had a dead end. We had a white pickup truck that was in Treasure Island. That's all we had. You know, so if not for the flock camera with the taking the picture, and our flock cameras, just to be clear, takes a photo of the license plate. It's not a surveillance system where we're looking at somebody in real time in a lens. It's not that. It takes a picture of the license plate, goes in a database, we feed the information a white pickup truck, and that's how it spits it out.
Chief, without going too far into the investigation, but can you, I mean, would you call this a ring? Is this 5 people? Is it 100 people?
It was absolutely a ring, and now sophisticated. Do they meet? Do they know? Or are they just friends? They don't rat each other out much. There's threats of violence. You know, among them, there's different levels of sophistication, and I'm telling you, the people at the top are very protected. You know, I don't want to say it's like a drug running ring, but it's like a drug running ring where the kingpin never touches the dope. You know, very similar to that. They don't get it until the very end, until the money's been washed, the money's been gone somewhere, but that's pretty much how it works.
Do you have an idea of how many other victims could be out there from this particular ring?
No idea.
You said jewelry and precious metals. Can you describe maybe some of the, I mean, were they family heirlooms?
Little of both.
Can you talk about that?
That's really all I want to say about that, because we're still on the lookout for all that.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Chief.
Okay, everyone, this pretty wild case coming to fruition live as we take you front row to a press conference with the chief of Treasure Island Police, saying this was a sophisticated fraud and burglary scheme targeting an elderly woman who lived alone. And police now say they believe this was absolutely a, quote, ring of people with connections stretching across the country. So investigators say it all started with phone calls from people pretending to work for banks. Hang on one second. It looks like we're getting a little more sound here. I will just stop talking and raise the volume one more time.
Personally, and she was extremely grateful each time an arrest was made in this case.
And the recovery, I assume.
Yeah, so as Chief mentioned, about 83%, actually more than 83% of the wire fraud money was able to be recovered in this case, and she was extremely grateful for that.
And can we get your name, your first and last name?
My name is Detective McDonald, as Chief has mentioned multiple times.
What's your first name, Detective?
Yeah, first name.
What's your first name?
All right, so there, Detective McDonald's also mentioning an important piece to this puzzle. The chief even mentioning that 9 times out of 10 in scam investigations, they do not get a lot of the money back. And he even detailed that precious metals, jewelry were taken, but the victims' losses totaled about $1.5 million, including a wire transfer. So that's where investigators say technology became a critical piece of the case. They tout, and we just talked about this, neighborhood flock cameras capturing the van that the suspect arrived in, capturing its license plate, and helping them track the suspect down. So this suspect in particular was traced back to Tampa, but then investigators after that, he said the investigation did not end there. They followed this money, tracking transactions and developing leads across Florida, including Miami, and as far away as Texas, Georgia, and California. They say money was eventually traced to an account connected to an Alnisha Bianca Handy, and investigators work with authorities in DeKalb County, Georgia, to have her arrested. 2 arrests have now been made, but police say there could be more. They don't yet know the exact relationship between the suspect in Tampa and the suspect in Georgia, but they say this was absolutely a ring of people, and that suspects operating nationally appear to have known someone here in the Tampa Bay area. So again, good news for the victim. Police say they were able to recover about 83% of the money involved in the wire transfers. Police also using this case to warn everyone about just how sophisticated these scammers are. So, I mean, you just got to be careful. It's really crazy what they can do. They were pretending to be representatives from Chase Bank and local banks. So if you get a cold call from someone claiming to represent your bank, the chief said most of the time, they are not going to do that. So you want to contact the number in your account, talk to your actual bank, or they even said contact law enforcement, get some advice on whether or not this is real before you start digging yourself into that hole. Because in this case, I mean, thankfully, the elderly woman is safe. 83% of her losses, reconvened and taken back from police. That's huge, and that doesn't happen a lot. So wanted to bring you that press conference out of Treasure Island. We always say the whole purpose of Fox Tampa Bay Live is to bring you front row to major updates and investigations just like this. So wanted to take you out there really quickly. And we should mention that Fox 13's Kaylee Tracy will have a live report for you at noon. If you saw in the little, I don't know if this is the right side, watch box, as we like to call it, there was an update, an official launch out of Cape Canaveral. And this was actually the one that was snubbed yesterday. I should say scrubbed, not snubbed. It was scrubbed yesterday. We never really found out why, but really cool. SpaceX officially sending more Starlinks up into low Earth orbit. Starlink 1039 mission, adding 29 more broadband internet satellites to the ever-growing constellation. Remarkably, the mission also marks the 2,000th Starlink satellite deployed during 2026. So liftoff happened around 11:14. We were obviously in that press conference, so we didn't want to fully take it, but at least we were able to show you it in the corner of your screens. That was actually from Space Launch Complex 40 at the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. So this is kind of an across the water vantage point we have in that area. And yesterday, if you remember, the launch was scrubbed 28 seconds before liftoff. We were literally waiting for it. And then we were like, what happened? So now it happened. Great to see it. Okay, everyone, moving through a lot of different news here. We are going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. And when we return, we'll continue on with some more in-depth live conversations that we had scheduled for you. And the next one you might want to take advantage of. We do know that a local church is going to be giving away a couple $1,000s in gas giveaways. So stay tuned. We are going to be joined by Pastor Jomo with Love First Christian Church after this break. You like that? I did that because we just had a rocket launch. You like that little intro? Love it too. All right, everyone, we are going to switch gears here. Listen, it takes gas to get a rocket up into space. So, but I mean, everyone knows driving here on Earth that times are tough right now. But a church in Riverview is doing everything they can to help. Love First Christian Church is actually giving away $20,000. Let me say that again. $20,000 in gas this Saturday at a 7-Eleven in Waimama. So here to talk about the giveaway is Pastor Jomo with Love First Christian Church joining us on Fox Tampa Bay Live. Pastor Jomo, how you doing? Good to see you again.
Doing phenomenal. How are you doing?
I am good. It has been a busy Friday, but so happy to have this conversation because, I mean, I want other people to take advantage of this, but I would like to preface by saying it cost me $70 to fill up my tank the other day. It normally is about $45. So, I mean, even you can attest to the whole reason you're doing this is people are feeling it at the pump, huh?
Absolutely. Well, what I realize, this is a real pain point right now for people. And if we can help out, we think this would be a great opportunity to help the community.
Definitely. So tell me how this kind of came about and what is happening tomorrow.
Well, I was processing, and I was just trying to figure out how we can make an impact for the community. So I was thinking, idea, see, well, what's the biggest issue I hear people talking about right now? And it seems the biggest issue is the price of gas. And I said, you know what if the ministry helped the community out with a gas giveaway? We do a lot of outreach in reference to food and clothing, but what if we did something that would be a different effect? And right now, as everyone knows, the gas prices are really high. And if we could help somebody with some gas, that would be a blessing.
Absolutely. So, I mean, is this through church? How did $20? I mean, excuse me, $20,000 is certainly a lot of money. Is this something that the church collected donations for? Or, I mean, that's a really big help.
Yeah, it wasn't donations. We have an outreach budget, and we have last year we got a plane to go to Jamaica. So we're always trying to figure out how we can do things to take the church outside the walls. We want to do things to where the person doesn't have to come to our church to get the benefit of the church.
I love
because
that.
ultimately we believe that Jesus got outside the walls. So that's the goal, that we can do something for the community that will benefit the community and give Jesus' name glory.
And that is actually the last time I saw you, Pastor Jomo, is when you guys were collecting relief for Jamaica and working on getting that plane to bring it over there. So I'm so glad that those efforts were successful because it was so thoughtful of you and your congregation. So I know this is happening at a 7-Eleven. Walk me through how this gas giveaway is going to work.
The gist of it is people show up at this 7-Eleven. It's 14361 US 301 South in Waimama. They show up, they get basically a voucher. And from there, we pump their gas. We'll wash their windows. And if they need prayer, they could have it if they want it. And they go about their way. It would be $20 per person because we know a lot of people are coming. And we have a budget of $20K. It may go a little bit higher, but that's the plan right now. Obviously, this is something we've never done before, and we are just trying something different. So we're going to learn. We're learning too.
I was going to say, yeah, no, that'll be good. So obviously, I'm imagining that this is an active gas station. So do people know about this and they're going to show up, or this is sort of going to be random as well?
It's going to be random too. The goal, my initial thought was, what if we took over a gas station? That was my first thought. What if I take over a gas station? So I actually reached out to Walmart. I reached out to Wawa. I reached out to a lot of people. Everyone was no. So I had to find an independent operator who would be willing to kind of let us commandeer their gas station for a few hours, and we just serve people. Our plan is to serve them by, pumping gas, washing windows, whatever they need. We're going to have music. We're going to be streaming live. It's just an opportunity to be a blessing.
Awesome. Well, I'm sure a lot of people watching this are interested after hearing. So can you give me a time, address, and all the logistics people know in order to meet you guys?
Okay, 10 to 12 We got 2 hours that they are letting us basically run the gas station. It's 14361 US 301 South in Waimama. The zip is 33598. And we'll be there from 10 to 12, I assume, don't know. People may be there a little early, don't control that, but we'll be there and excited for the opportunity.
I can imagine. And if I do the math here, so $20 of gas per car, that's like 1,000 people. That's going to be amazing.
Yes.
Right? Yes?
Yes.
Forgive me,
So
I'm bad at math.
we're actually working on having some Hillsborough County sheriffs for crowd control, just because we're trying to be proactive.
Yes, no, that's amazing. Anybody watching beyond tomorrow that wants to get involved, to work with you guys, and I know you do outreach all across Florida, how can they do that?
Well, I know we're going to have volunteers showing up around 8:30, and we're going to just be there trying to be a blessing. I know we probably have 150 volunteers showing up just to be a part. And we know people are hurting right now. We see it in church. We see it through our food pantry, that people are really struggling. And our goal as a ministry is to try to be the hands and feet of Jesus. So a person, there's structure and order, so we'd have to verify some things. But for the most part, if people want to be engaged, they can be engaged. I'm interested in doing more of these. I'm interested in partnering with other people who want to do more of these, because at the end of the day, I think someone has to start. And I think, why not let the church be the start of this? Because wouldn't it be really cool if we could have these once a month? I'm a big thinker, so I'm always open to ideas.
Oh, I love it. I love it. And you guys have I know you said you're live streaming this. What is your website? Because I know that can also allow people to get more information on you guys and find you guys outside of this weekend.
LFCC.TV, LFCC.TV. And our YouTube page is Love First Christian Center. And this will be streamed live, so everyone can be a part of it.
Awesome. Pastor Jomo, thank you so much for joining us here on Fox Tampa Bay Live. I can't wait to see pictures and videos and see how tomorrow goes. And hopefully there'll be more in the future. I'm sure you're going to get a great response.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to share. Have a great day.
You too. Thank you, Pastor Jomo. All right, everyone. That'll definitely be something to check out happening tomorrow, like he said, from 10 until noon. All right, we are going to take a quick 2-minute commercial break. And when we return, we're actually going to switch gears here a little bit. If you remember our stream yesterday, it was pretty medical heavy. Ironically enough, we had a lot of different doctors on. Stephen Garcia, who's battling colorectal cancer, he's having a gala tonight, and he came on to talk about his journey. But we also did a recorded interview with the lead physician at a special center in Lutz that just opened that is treating people with MS. So going to be a really great place if you know someone, if you are dealing with MS. So when we come back, we're going to play that interview for you because it's got just so much insight and great tidbits on what it's like battling multiple sclerosis and why a facility like this is so critical to the area. So that interview coming up when we are back from this break. Welcome back into Fox Tampa Bay Live, everyone. I know we've had to continue with some other news, but I want to let you know that this story, the massive apartment complex fire over in Wesley Chapel, it is still definitely the top story of the day. This is a live look right now. Kylie Jones going to have an update for you in the noon hour. But Pasco County Fire Rescue, as we've been mentioning, probably around 10:30 this morning, so about an hour ago, did give us an update and tell us that the Cobalt Apartments in Pasco, which is what this apartment complex is called, these buildings have been deemed a total loss. So that means about 200 residents have been displaced. And if you want to help them, they are now accepting donations. They're asking for clothing, toiletries, pet supplies, food. I mean, these people lost everything. And you just have to think about the basic necessities and things that they're going to need moving forward. So if you want to provide any of that, you can go to 4338 Cobalt Brook Boulevard. That is 4338 Cobalt Brook Boulevard. As for what started this fire, that is still not technically confirmed. I know even the fire department has a pretty good handle on that. They think that it was a lightning strike that caused this, but that is not confirmed in writing yet. The investigation is still ongoing to determine a cause. So we will certainly continue to follow this story and bring you any new information as we get it. Like we said, you're going to see a live report from Fox 13's Kylie Jones in our noon hour. So stick with us for any new updates. All right, everyone, we do want to move on to another sweet story that we actually did an interview about yesterday. The doctor didn't get a chance to join us live because we were working through a lot of different interviews and headlines, but how sweet is this? We want to take you out to the Lutz area right now, where there was a ribbon cutting, as you could see, on an official state-of-the-art center for multiple sclerosis patients. It's the MS and Neuromuscular Center of Excellence, and they are offering neurological care and access to the latest infusion therapy. So if I can speak from personal experience. I had an aunt who battled multiple sclerosis for years before she passed away. It can be such an isolating disease, and it's just for the families and caretakers, it's a lot. So I spoke with the lead physician, Dr. Mark Cassione, before the ribbon cutting, and then they provided us this video, which I don't know why it's not behaving pretty well. Anyways, here's that live conversation. Not live, recorded, but still a great conversation. All right, so today marks a major milestone for our local medical community, and we know that the new MS and Neuromuscular Center of Excellence, they're officially opening their doors in Lutz. This is a state-of-the-art facility that features a dedicated on-site infusion center and community spaces designed specifically for MS patients. Joining us now to talk about it is the center's lead physician, Dr. Mark Cassione. Doctor, this is actually pretty personal for me. I have a family member who ended up passing away after battling MS for a really long time. And I know what a struggle it can be once you're diagnosed with, just watching from afar. So, I mean, this is huge. Thank you so much for being with us here.
Oh, thank you for having me. I really appreciate it.
So, I mean, tell us what it took to get to this point and really how this all panned out for you.
Yeah, well, so, I mean, I started really focusing on MS treatment and research kind of back in 2001. I've been down in Tampa since 1996. I did my fellowship and residency at Duke and then landed here in Tampa. I've been here ever since, but really with a focus in MS since 2001. It has evolved amazingly in terms of what options we have for patients with MS in terms of therapies and different types of treatment, physical therapy, mental health assessments as well. So to be able to now really focus here on my ability to work with patients with MS on an individual basis is just, for me, it's a big thing, and I hope it's a big, exciting thing for the MS community in Tampa Bay in general.
I know a lot of people are obviously not up to speed on every condition that's out there for people who don't realize what MS can do to the body. Do you mind explaining that?
Sure. So MS is one of the what we call the autoimmune or immune-mediated conditions, where basically someone's immune system is confused. And rather than the immune cells protecting the body, some of these immune cells attack the body. And depending on which particular body part gets attacked, we call it a different disease. So if these immune cells incorrectly attack the colon, it's Crohn's disease. But if they attack the brain or spinal cord, it's multiple sclerosis. That's an oversimplification. And depending on what part or parts of the brain or spinal cord are damaged, that can give the person with MS different symptoms. It may be numbness, weakness, difficulty with their vision, double vision, loss of bowel or bladder control, gait balance trouble, walking difficulties. It's very variable, as you can imagine.
And kind of going off of that, doctor, I mean, I can imagine some of the patients you speak with and even my own aunt, it can be really isolating.
It can be. And one of the things that we try to do is to recognize that that is an issue for people, because a lot of people don't want to be seen as they have a disability out in public, and they tend to keep to themselves sometimes. But we know it's so important for people to get out there, to be a part of society and community. Studies have shown that the more people isolate themselves, not only with MS, but with different types of dementia, for example, Alzheimer's, just to name one, the more they isolate themselves, the more cognitive problems progress. And we certainly don't want that for anyone. It also can worsen depression. If someone isn't ambulating as much, it can worsen weakness. So it is important to get out there and to try to fight the tendency for isolation, like your aunt might have had.
Yeah. This new center, talk about all the things you will be able to offer patients. I see infusion therapy, because I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. There's no cure for MS, right?
Exactly. There is no cure, but we have made great strides in treatments of MS. Both pharmaceutical treatments and then understanding what MS is and how MS may progress from one person down the line. MS, when I first started, was kind of a diagnose and adios condition where you would diagnose them, but then there really wasn't anything you could offer. But then in my training, we got the first MS medicine ever back in 1993. And then now we have, fortunately, some over 25 different medicines, some of which are even generic, that can help in one way, shape, or form to slow down the disability, the relapses, the progression of MS that an individual might have. Infusion therapies are probably one of the most frequently used new medications now, because not only do they have wonderful efficacy, they're generally very, very well tolerated. And they're also not given in a high frequency as other medications used to be given. So it isn't as if these therapies take up a lot of the patient's time on a day-to-day basis. Some are given once a month, every 6 months, almost every 6 months. So the patient's quality of life now has made substantial advances compared to qualities of life back, when I first started this.
And that's amazing to hear. And at this new center, walk me through, how can patients go here? Are certain treatments covered by insurance? I mean, how does all of that work?
Sure. Well, the office takes a vast array of most insurances, commercial, of course, Medicare, and those types of things, Medicaid. So it's a matter of making an appointment. I think a Chiron website is going to come on to do that. I don't even know the exact name, msnneuromuscular.com, something like that. But yeah, it's like just seeing a doctor myself. We're going to have a new neurology nurse practitioner be starting towards the end of the month, or we're going to have another doctor hopefully starting within a year as well. So we want to expand it and offer really individualized, excellent care for individual patients with MS.
Know that having a support system behind you when you are battling something like that is so huge. What can you say to families and to caregivers, and how will they be included, and welcomed into this new facility as well?
Sure. That's a really good point. The understanding of what a person has with MS is often not well understood by family members. And a lot of my patients will tell me, my family doesn't understand what I'm going through. Can you please explain to them what MS is? And we certainly do encourage, one or two family members, care providers coming with the patients to their exam. Again, it's all up to the patient. They're the ones in charge. They get to decide if they want someone with them or not. But when they do have the opportunity to listen and to understand, and we talk about MS fatigue, for example, or why someone may not be able to do a whole hour's worth of work in one shot. They have to break it up into smaller amounts because the fatigue becomes overwhelming. When there's an understanding, the patients feel like a load has been lifted from them because they feel like they're more validated when their caregivers and their loved ones have an understanding. One of the things my patients tell me all the time that really frustrates them is when they're out talking to people and people say, "Oh, you look so good. How can you possibly have MS?" And they just really have to, bite their tongue and, bless your heart and just kind of go forward with it. But understanding of MS is very important. And we try to take the time to offer that to patients and to families.
I love to hear that. All right, so give me the address if you know it off the top of your head, how people can find you guys, and everything we need to look forward to.
Yeah, so it's just on North Dale Mabry, just over the border, where the veterans gets off of Dale Mabry. It's 18956 North Dale Mabry Highway in Lutz. Technically, it's in Lutz. It's just like a couple miles north of North Dale, that area there, just north of Cheval. On North Dale Mabry. Parking's very easy. It's a big facility. It's in a professional complex, so there's lots of little different individual buildings. But parking's right there, handicap access, big rooms, wheelchairs, easily accessible. So that makes it a little bit easier. So,
I mean, to you, doctor, after all your years of hard work, I mean, what does it mean to you to be able to lead this facility?
So I am really excited, Regina. I have to say, it gets tough. A lot of my colleagues or even people in pharmaceuticals talk to me about, would you ever think about going into marketing or doing something else with your medical degree, into the pharmaceutical business, for example, be a medical director. And what really keeps me going is the patients. If I got up in the morning and I knew my calendar was meeting after meeting after meeting after meeting in a boardroom, I wouldn't get out of bed. But it's the fact that I know I'm going to see Gail in a couple of minutes, and I just saw Janet, and Bill has an appointment in a couple hours. Knowing that I'm meeting with people and I can talk with them and try to be a sleuth and figure out what's going on with them and the best way to help them through maybe not only this little trial they may be going through, but the future down the line. That's what keeps me going. That's what keeps me active. That's what keeps me encouraged to continue.
Oh, I cut him off there. He was great. He was so great. That place sounds like it's going to be so critical to the future of treatments for multiple sclerosis. So to have that conversation with him was so special. And we're wishing them the best of luck out there at that new facility in Lutz. All right, everyone, we are slowly approaching the top of the noon hour. And before we go, I have failed to talk about the Bucks this week. We had Vita Vea officially re-signing his extension, so he may be on the field tomorrow when the Cannons at Ray J fire again. They are hosting the Kansas City Chiefs. Mahomes, Travis Kelce tomorrow night in their preseason home opener, and this will be important as the team continues to get ready for the regular season. I think that first home game is going to be September 20th. So Fox 13's Kelly Cowan taking a look at what we can expect when the Bucks finally get back on the home field. Let's listen to that report before the end of our show.
With the Bucs starting off their season, so much of it on the road, this is a singular chance for Bucs fans over the next month or so to see their team take the field here at Ray J. But there's plenty of incentive to watch this one on TV, and that's because Bucs fans will be treated to an all-star broadcast led up by two Bucs legends. John Gruden is going to be returning to the broadcast booth, and he'll be partnered up with Hall of Famer Rondé Barber for the Bucs preseason game against the Chiefs. Now, Gruden is doing the play-by-play in this one, and you might recall that he was the color analyst for Monday Night Football on ESPN after leaving the Bucs in 2009. A long career there. And Baker Mayfield, who is going to miss the calls live. Of course, he'll be on the field for this one, but he says that viewers are really in for something special with Gruden on the mic.
Honestly, there's no telling what's going to happen up there in the booth. A lot of good football talk up there, though, man. No, he's just having him around and having him still involved around the building is great. Just the energy, obviously the experience and history that he's had with the program, and it's fun to have somebody like that, and just the pure joy that he has for football, I think, is awesome to see as well.
Saturday is going to be the second of 3 preseason tune-ups. So now is when we typically start to see starters on the field, and that is the game plan for the Bucs as well. Baker Mayfield will join his fellow first stringers. They're expected to get in a series or two Saturday night against the Chiefs, and it'll be a chance for the first team units and the Bucs' new offensive coordinator to really get in sync before the real games begin. On the other side of the ball, Chiefs head coach Andy Reid has confirmed that his quarterback is not going to be taking the field at Ray J this weekend. Patrick Mahomes, he's been working his way back from a torn ACL and LCL in his knee. He has been participating fully in camp workouts, but he's been held back from preseason game action, and that'll be the case again on Saturday. So Justin Fields is getting the start instead. Kickoff tomorrow night is at 7:30. If you're going to wait until the regular season to see the Bucs here at Ray J, you'll be waiting until September 20th. For Fox 13, Kelly Cowan reporting.
If you are going to that game tomorrow, have so much fun. Have a great weekend, everybody. Our coverage continues at noon and for the rest of the day, as well as fox13news.com, and check out all of our content on Fox Local. My name is Regina Gonzalez. I will see you Monday when we launch and welcome our new audience on TV, not only on the stream. Exciting times. We'll see you then.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Hayden Wiggs. Thank you so much for being with us here this afternoon. We have a lot coming up here in our programming today. We're going to be taking a couple of trials for you live here. The Tupac trial happening in Las Vegas and the Jalen Edgar trial happening right here in Orange County. And again, that is the man accused of killing 2 people at a downtown Orlando Halloween block party in 2024. We'll also be joined by Ashley and Sarah, our friends from U-Nation, for our weekly community Crossroads, where we'll share all of the fun events that you can do this weekend right here in Central Florida. We also had the opportunity to speak with Maxwell Frost. Fox 35's Johnny Jackson spoke with him about his campaign endorsements for the Florida primary and moving forward to that general election there in November. But first, as Florida's 2026 gubernatorial race takes shape here, independent candidate Frank Russo is taking a direct swipe at one of the state's most long-standing economic pillars, its lack of a personal income tax. He's pitching a model of caring capitalism under his campaign banner, Humanity Over the Dollar. And he has recently unveiled a controversial proposal to levy a 9.9% marginal tax on personal taxable income above $1 million. So joining us today is going to be Frank Russo. Mr. Russo, how are you doing this morning?
Good morning. Everything is great.
Good. Glad to hear that. So let's get started with this conversation. As an independent candidate running for Florida governor without the backing of a major party infrastructure, how do you plan to build the statewide legislative coalitions necessary to pass major reform like your tax proposal through a legislature likely dominated by Republicans and Democrats?
Well, let's start out with I was a former Republican. Now I became registered independent. However, the reason is currently Florida needs alignment. We need a leader that focuses on the people of the state of Florida. And right now, the biggest issue is affordability in the state of Florida. I've campaigned for the last 6 months, and now as the new leader, and I believe I'll be the next governor because I'm focusing on the needs of the people right now.
You describe yourself as a caring capitalist under the banner of humanity over the dollar. How do you distinguish this economic philosophy from traditional bipartisan approaches here in Florida? And how will you convince pro-business voters that introducing an income tax tier won't undermine Florida's business-friendly climate?
Well, the key is pro-business, and I'm all for pro-business because I'm a capitalist, but a caring capitalist. And what we have right now is we have caring capitalists in the state of Florida. The key to a caring capitalist is understanding where the money is going. So implementing a state tax program, the billionaires I spoke to and the millionaires, they want to know where the money's going. And if the money is set aside in a public trust fund, and it's going to our teachers, it's going to law enforcement, it's going to nurses and veterans, then they're okay with that. But they want the money to be protected. They want it going to the people of the state of Florida, the Floridians. It's pocket change. If you're making $10 million a year, you're not paying taxes on the first $1 million of net income. You're paying taxes on the additional $9 million. So it's very small compared to what's needed in the state of Florida. So the next governor has to focus on the people. What are their struggles? Listening to them. That is the key with our next leader.
Now, talking about the Florida Constitution and the state personal income tax, Article 7 actually strictly bans a state personal income tax. So passing a tax proposal would require a constitutional amendment approved by 60% of Florida voters. So what is your strategy and timeline to secure that voter approval and clear those constitutional hurdles?
Well, we already have ignitement right now. So the current property tax amendment right now that's on the ballot, it's necessary for every Floridian to vote for this. It's very important because this is the first time we're actually putting money into the families' pockets. So the biggest concern I've been hearing all over the state of Florida is, okay, but I hear the fear that we're going to be losing our police departments. Well, that is fear our families should not be hearing right now. So to offset the shortfalls, this tax plan will redirect any small amounts that were needed that is not being taken away. So I want all the Floridians to understand how important this tax program is, and it's needed to keep our families in their homes. That is my objective as the next governor. I want to make sure our Floridians can afford to stay in their homes, and they're not taxed out of their homes, they're not insured out of their homes, and they actually can afford to have a quality of life.
And this zero income tax policy has long been a primary driver for attracting high earners, wealth managers, and other similar incomes, relocating from other high tax states like New York and California. So what gives you the confidence that this 9.9% marginal tax won't cause high net worth individuals and capital to leave Florida?
What gives me the confidence is because I've interviewed these high net worth people, and they've all told me the same thing. We don't have a problem paying taxes. What we have a problem with is government waste. So as long as these taxes are properly allocated to the people of the state of Florida, then they will share. That's the bottom line. We have to understand how important it is. If we implement a tax program, then the money is protected in a public trust fund where everything is transparent.
And now your announcement mentions a small business firewall to protect legitimate pass-through business entities, investment, and job creation from unintended tax burdens. Could you elaborate on how pass-through income above $1 million would be structured or exempted under your proposed legislation without creating loopholes for high-income earners?
Yes, so what we're doing is making sure the first $1 million is not taxed in the state because we're protecting the small business owners. So if you're netting over $1 million, you're no longer a small business owner. So after that, everything above that is taxed 10%. Now, this reinvestment fund strictly prohibits any government official by using it for their own needs. It is needed to protect our families, to keep them in their homes. That's the objective in the state of Florida with your next governor, keeping the families in their homes with affordability crisis they have.
And you propose directing funds into a legally restricted Florida Future Reinvestment Trust rather than the general fund, complete with independent audits and public dashboards. How would this trust be structured to prevent future state legislatures from legally altering or sweeping those funds during budget shortfalls?
That's a great question. And that's where, as a business leader for 40 years, we were able to put in programs that protected our companies. Now we need to put in programs, processes that protect our people. So any corporation understands how to protect that corporate entity. So we also know how to protect the private sector. So that's why the state of Florida needs a new CEO, one that understands the business and also the humanitarian side for the people.
And now my final question for you. The proposal earmarks funds for housing affordability, teachers, healthcare workers, trade apprenticeships, etc. How will revenue be prioritized among these competing needs? And what specific metrics or key performance indicators will be used to evaluate whether these reinvestments are succeeding?
Well, the key is we want to empower the people of the state of Florida. By keeping it public, we'll understand the needs, the immediate needs of the people to keep them in their homes. So if the immediate needs of the Florida families are tax relief, then we will focus on tax relief. If the immediate needs are being able to pay their rents, food costs, then those are the needs we will focus on. But the key to this tax measure is transparency and accountability. There must be proper steps taken in order to protect this fund. It's not for your family and friends when you become the governor. It is for the people of the state of Florida, the Floridians who need it the most, the ones who are struggling.
Frank Russo, independent candidate for Florida governor, we really appreciate you joining us this afternoon.
And thank you for your time.
We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus. When we come back, we'll give you a live look in at the Tupac trial happening there in Las Vegas, as well as a weather update with Fox 35 meteorologist TJ Springer. All of that when we come back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus.
Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist TJ Springer is in studio with us today. TJ, is it going to be as hot as it has been? I am so tired of these heat advisories and feeling like every time I step outside, it's just going to be a bucket of sweat.
I feel like everyone is wondering the same thing, Hayden. It's been so brutal. We had 11 days of heat advisories, which is the longest stretch in history from the Melbourne office, the NWS office out of Melbourne. But the streak has ended, thankfully. No heat advisories for our Friday. We can all kind of rejoice a little bit.
That's very exciting to hear. What do we got on the map?
So today I would say it's still going to be steamy. It's still warm, but we're closer to average for this time of year. So we'll take it, right? Low to mid 90s for us. Expecting still some hit or miss showers and thunderstorms, mainly with the help of the sea breeze this afternoon. Yesterday we had some upstairs energy overhead that really made for more numerous storms. Still could have a couple of stronger ones as well because of that heat, because of the humidity. It's also going to make it feel still pretty rough outside, but we're just under that heat advisory criteria today. Still feeling like around 106 in Orlando, 107 in Palm Coast, 106 in Winter Haven, Claremont, St. Cloud as well. But if you remember earlier on this week, this probably tells the tale a little more. We had a level 5 out of 5 extreme heat risk, and that was the purple color. We don't really have much of that on the map today. In fact, we have a lot more moderate heat risk. It's still a heat risk. Still don't want to overdo it outside, but a pretty big improvement nonetheless compared to, say, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. And that bodes a little bit better for all of our players under the lights tonight. Our Friday football blitz forecast still could have some spotty showers and thunderstorms during kickoff, but little by little those chances come down. Still going to be warm, but back in the low 90s as we head through 9. Any storms out there fade away through the overnight. We're back into the middle and upper 70s to around 80 in Cocoa Beach, around 77 in Orlando. And then tomorrow, we're right back in that similar realm, low to mid 90s. Now, in terms of our storm threat, you can see throughout the morning into the afternoon, our chances do start to increase. Once we get past lunchtime, we're seeing some of the storms igniting. Again, 1 or 2 maybe on the strong side, torrential rain, gusty wind, frequent lightning. These all fade away. Breakfast time tomorrow, A-OK. And then we're watching out for a few showers and thunderstorms on our Saturday. But chances may even come down a little more as we get into the day on Saturday. So that's a positive. In the tropics, still quiet, but we do have one area of interest, one disturbance really that is a little closer to home for us, closer to the U.S. Chance is really limited, only around a 10 to 20% chance. I would say this looks to really fade away. I mean, it's possible that it develops a little bit more, but I would say, Hayden, this does not look to impact us and looks to stay clear of the U.S. as it kind of gets wrapped around that big old ridge in the Atlantic. So, some good news.
That is some good news. I don't think anybody particularly wants that to develop into anything. It's been a pretty quiet season so far, and, well, personally, I'd like it to stay that way.
I think all of us do, and thankfully, we do have a lot of wind shear. That's been keeping things at bay, but of course, as we get closer and closer to the start of, or I should say closer and closer to the peak of hurricane season, that is, we always have to be vigilant, always have to watch. It's always something that we say it only takes one, but thankfully right now, doesn't look to be a big concern for us, which is wonderful.
Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist TJ Springer, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Hayden. I appreciate it.
We're going to take you live now to a courtroom in Las Vegas where today's critical developments in the high-stakes murder trial in the 1996 killing of rap legend Tupac Shakur is underway. Dwayne Keffy D. Davis faces life in prison as prosecutors lay out evidence that he ordered the fatal drive-by shooting. We've heard emotional testimony so far in this trial from medical examiners and key witnesses on the stand. And now we're going to take you in live for the latest update from that courtroom.
Turned them down, and then a couple, I remember were from Detroit, had a green, they were matching green suit. And the guy offered us $2,500 each for our tickets. And we didn't pass it up, and we sold our tickets.
I guess you didn't miss much, right? Only a minute, 30-second fight. So.
Yes, sir. And that's what we talked about on the way coming down. It might be another quick fight.
Yeah. In the lobby area while you were watching people, did you see somebody relevant to this case?
Yeah, I saw Tupac and his entourage come in.
And then was that before the fight?
Yes.
How did you know that was Tupac and his entourage?
I just recognized him, just knew who he was.
And had you had previous interactions with Mr. Shakur?
Briefly, yes, back in Los Angeles.
Can you tell us about what those interactions were about?
Back in those days, I used to sell cars, and a couple people that worked for Death Row Records, I sold them a couple of cars, and I delivered them to Can-Am Studios in the Valley. And I just happened to meet them, or they introduced me to them, and we talked about cars, and that was it. Nothing major.
So let's go back to Las Vegas on September 7th, 1996. You sell your tickets for a pretty good amount. What do you do afterwards?
Continue people watching. Then I guess once the fight started, people were still, hanging out, and we decided to go back across the street to our hotel, and we took our money and went to the crap tables.
And by the hotel, you're talking about the Monte Carlo?
Yes, sir.
And then at some point, do you decide to leave the Monte Carlo?
Yeah, after a couple hours of being there, I got hungry, and I called a California Pizza Kitchen or place an order, and they told me it would be like 20-30 minutes, and I told my buddy I was about to leave to go to pick up my order, and I walked outside to the valet, gave him my ticket, get my truck. I had a Suburban back then, and once they brought it up, I drove out and went to the Strip, went to the Las Vegas Boulevard.
And you had said you were driving a Suburban?
Yes, sir.
What color was that Suburban?
White.
So, and just for the folks that don't know, a white Suburban is like a big white SUV.
Yes, yes, sir.
Then when you were driving down Las Vegas Boulevard, were you headed toward, driving north towards the stratosphere, I guess, as a marker?
Yeah, I was headed north, yes.
And while you were driving north on Las Vegas Boulevard, did you see anybody that you had met earlier?
Yeah, I was stopped at a light, and a car rolled up, or really the wheels really caught my attention, and then I looked up and I saw it was Tupac and Suge sitting in the car.
Well, did you try to interact with Mr. Shakur or Mr. Knight?
With Tupac, I did.
Okay. And what happened? Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, I said, hey, what up, Pop? And then he kind of looked and kind of took like a double take. He said, oh, what up, man? And then I said, hey, where you guys headed? He said, we're headed to the club. You should follow us. I said, all right, cool. And then, I don't know, I said, man, let me get a picture real quick. And I had my camera in my center console, so I just grabbed my camera and snapped the picture.
So this was before iPhones, so you actually had a physical camera with you?
Yeah, I had a 35 millimeter camera.
I'm going to show you what's been previously admitted as State's Exhibit Number 3. Do you recognize what's being shown to you?
Yes, sir.
What is that?
That's the picture that I took.
Now, after taking this picture, so you took this picture at a red light.
Yes, sir.
And I'm assuming the light turns green at some point.
Yes, it does.
What do you do?
After I took the picture, the light changed green, and they took off, and I recognized like one or two of the cars that were behind them from seeing them from LA. So I let them go by, and then they got in front of me, and then I got 3 cars behind them, behind the BMW, and then we're just driving down Las Vegas Boulevard.
At some point, do you make a right turn?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, so we, I don't guess the street is, I remember this, Flamingo. We get to Flamingo, and as we're making the right turn, I get on the phone. I was calling California Pizza Kitchen to cancel my food order.
Because you're heading to the club, right? You don't need a CPK anymore.
Yeah, I don't need CPK. So while I was on the phone with him, like 30 seconds or so, and then all of a sudden I just hear pop, pop, pop. And I kind of like looking around, and then I see the cars were stopped, and I see the people in front that were in the cars. They got out of the car and ran to the front. They ran to the BMW.
So you hear gunshots.
Yes.
But you don't. Do you see where the gunshots are coming from?
I did not know.
And do you see who's doing the shooting?
I did not know.
You just hear the gunshots.
I just hear them. Yes.
And then when you are looking up, after it looks like you were kind of ducking down a little bit.
Yeah, because I didn't know where they were coming from.
After you look up, you see people from the other parts of the caravan get out of their vehicles.
Yes, sir.
And which vehicle are they going towards?
They went towards the BMW.
And then what happens after the people start going towards the BMW?
When they started running there, all of a sudden I see the BMW make a big wide U-turn going back towards Las Vegas Boulevard.
And the BMW, I don't know that we've established this yet. The BMW, is that the car that Suge was driving that Tupac was in?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so Suge or Mr. Knight makes a wide U-turn.
Yeah.
And then what happens after that?
The people, they run back to their cars. And actually, one of the guys, I didn't know who he was. He tried to get in my car, and I didn't know dude. So I guess he realized he was getting in the wrong car or whatever. I don't know what it was. So I got caught up in the little situation. I made a big wide U-turn as well. Now I made the U-turn. I catch up to, I'm behind the Lexus. It was a green Lexus. So I'm behind him, and then we see Suge make the wide left turn back onto the strip, and he went up on the curb and came back down, and then we all went through the intersection. It was traffic coming through, and we just all made it through. And then we got to, Harmon. We got back to Harmon, and Suge makes another left turn, and now it's like cross traffic. He couldn't get through. And by this time, now we see the bicycle cops. There's a bicycle cop rolls up, and Suge is kind of like, stop here. This is Las Vegas. This is the street he turns on. So he's just stopped. And then the cop drops his bike, and I started to get out, and then I got back in once I saw the cops, whatever. And then what happened?
So, okay, so you're in the middle of Harmon in Las Vegas?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Knight's car has just stopped at this point?
Yes.
And you stop as well?
Yes.
Are there any other cars that stop along with Mr. Knight's car?
Yeah, I'm stopped behind the green Lexus.
Okay, so
I'm literally right behind him in the turning lane.
So there's the BMW that Mr. Knight's driving.
Yes.
You have a green Lexus, and you have your white Suburban that you're aware of. And then you said you were going to get out of your car, you see bike cops, and then you decide to stay in your car.
Got back in, yes.
What do you see as you're inside your car? Do you look at the BMW at all?
I look at it, and then I see, like I said, the bicycle cop rolled up, and then he drops his bike, and then I see Suge getting out the car, and now the officer is yelling commands to him, get down, lay down, and you hear Suge saying, my man, pocket shot, we need help, pocket shot. And then the cops, I kind of blanked out. I didn't really hear what he said. And then the cop, for whatever, walked over there to Suge. Suge got up, and they walked over to the passenger side of the car.
Okay, and so initially, is it fair to say there's one bike cop, or are there multiple bike cops immediately?
Well, I saw one, but then others came.
Okay, so
one immediately. I saw one immediately.
Okay, so the one immediately shows up, and then other bike cops show up afterwards.
Yes, sir.
And then the one bike cop, he's the one that's talking to Mr. Knight, and then at some point do they go over to the passenger side and deal with Mr. Shakur?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
Well, at that time, when that occurred, a police officer rolled up in a vehicle. He ran up and pulled a gun on me and ordered me out of the car. He opened my door and then threw me down, snatched me out of the car and threw me down on the ground. Now I'm like prone down on the ground. I'm in the direction I'm facing. I can see what's going on with the with the police and shit.
Did the officer give you an explanation as to why he was treating you in such a manner?
Yeah, I said, hey, what's going on? He said, we have witnesses saying that you were part of their entourage.
Okay. And at that point, when you're prone and looking at what's going on at the BMW, what do you do?
I see that they were kind of like struggling with the door. They get the door open, and then they pull Tupac out of the car.
And were you able to observe Mr. Shakur?
Not really. I saw the movement, but I didn't see what happened after he got out the car.
All right. So what happens after that?
The cop is, he sits me up now. He's asked me for my ID, where I'm from, what am I doing here, where am I staying, and he's writing down the information. The other is I don't know if it was his partner or just another cop was searching my Suburban, looking at whatever they do.
Yeah. Your Honor, I'm going to approach the witness with state's proposed exhibits 149 and 150.
Okay. I'm sorry, Mr. Carl.
I'm going to show you state's exhibit 150. Do you recognize the people in states 150?
I don't know that at the time. I didn't know their names. That's me sitting here. Mm-hmm. I had the black pants with like a tuxedo type vest, okay. White T-shirt, and I learned this is Edie Mean, mm-hmm. and I don't know at the time I didn't know their names.
Okay, all right. Have you subsequently met or learned their names since then?
I've learned their names, and I met Edie a couple times, just out and about.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 149. Since that night, have you learned who these people's names are?
Yes.
And does this accurately reflect who their names are?
It says their names. I can't say if it's them or not, but yes.
Okay. I'm going to move State.
And again, that was the latest from the Tupac trial, the trial of Dwayne Keffy D. Davis, who faces life in prison for allegedly ordering the fatal drive-by shooting of Tupac Shakur in 1996. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we will be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back to Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Hayden Wiggs. Do you have weekend plans? Well, if you do, good. Have so much fun with those. But if you don't, well, boy, do we have some information for you about things that are happening all across Central Florida, from markets, jams, things for the whole family to enjoy. Joining us today from U-Nation, we have Ashley Edwards, Director of Creative Strategy. Ashley, how are you doing today?
Hi, Hayden. I am fabulous because it's Friday.
That is always the best day of the week, the one I look forward to the most. But the weekend, that's really where things start to get fun, Saturday. And it sounds like there's lots going on this weekend right here in Central Florida.
We are so blessed here in Central Florida because there's always something happening, and it's happening for everyone. So no matter what, you're looking for this weekend, we have plans lined up just for you.
Well, let's hear about some of them. I know that we have the 11th Annual Florida Kids and Family Expo and All-Star Jam. Kind of just run us through what the roster or schedule of things going on is for anyone who might be interested.
I got you. So you're right. This weekend, we do have the 11th Annual Florida Kids and Family Expo. That is happening this Saturday and Sunday at the Orange County Convention Center. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. and Sunday, 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. So really a full day of fun. And listen, there's going to be over 200 exhibitors. Let's just run through some of what you can expect when you go to this event. So bounce houses, petting zoos and pony rides, princess makeovers, plus superhero meet and greets. They're going to have unique animal interactions, including kangaroos, alligators, and lemurs. I'm a monkey lover myself, so I'm so excited about the lemur aspect. There's sports zones for those kiddos who love sports. Also, touch-a-truck experiences where they're going to have police and fire trucks on site as well. So your kids get to actually go sit in a car, play in the car. So if you have kids that are obsessed with police cars and fire trucks, go experience this. The Star Wars characters are actually going to pop into our galaxy for a little bit, and they'll be here as well. They'll have a ton of live stages of entertainment happening, plus face painting, food sampling, sweet treats, fill the kids with sugar, go let them bounce on the bounce house. A really great balance here. They'll come home tired. Plus, WonderWorks, Orlando Science Center are both going to be setting up some STEM fun stations that are going to be really interactive, and they get to start, playing with a little bit of science and mathematics. And for those kids who are really into some energy and sports-like things, they're going to have rock climbing, lightsaber training, gymnastics, train rides, and of course, just shopping galore. There's going to be prizes and giveaways happening throughout the day, like free tickets to Fun Spot, free tickets to the Creola Experience as well for the first 50 kids that visit their booth on both days, and free Chick-fil-A meals on Saturday with a paid child's ticket. So there's so much happening. I just said a mouthful, but this event is perfect for families, especially those young ones. And it's happening all at the Orange County Convention Center.
You had me at lightsaber training and free Chick-fil-A. I'm already having this booked. That sounds like so much fun. So tell us a little bit about this K92.3 All-Star Jam. That sounds pretty fun too.
If you're a country music fan, lover, let me reiterate, then K92.3's All-Star Jam is going to be where you need to be Sunday evening at Additional Financial Arena, which is right on UCF's campus. So truly an Orlando gem. This event is bringing 7 major country artists to the stage, including Cole Sidewell, Chris Young, and Dustin Lynch. And those are 3 huge names in country music. And if it's your first time going to an event at Additional Financial Arena, take advantage of the variety of restaurants near UCF's campus. Definitely plan to grab dinner before. Parking is conveniently located on campus. It's a short walk. You don't have to worry about it at all. It's a really great thing about going to this arena. And they also have some really great options in the arena for food and snacks and drinks as well. I am guilty of getting Dippin' Dots every time I go there because I'm a Dippin' Dots girl, and that just sounds like a great time. So definitely the K92.3 All-Star Jam with the 7 major country music artists. Great thing to add to your weekend lineup on Sunday night at 7:30 p.m.
I also love Dippin' Dots. They're just such an underrated dessert item that I feel like a lot of people just forget about sometimes, but it's definitely one that really, really speaks to me.
It's because I went to UCF as a grad, so go Knights, charge on. Dippin' Dots was like my thing when I was at school there. So every time I go back to Edition Financial Arena and like bask in the glory days of my undergrad years, I have to go get Dippin' Dots and feel like a college kid again.
So what about this Daylight Orlando pizza pop-up? I see the word pizza and I get very excited. Tell us everything we need to know.
Perla's Pizza in Winter Park, which first off, if you haven't gone to Perla's Pizza yet, they have some of the most unique and wonderful pizza creations. And this is a great excuse to go. But they are doing a pop-up this Saturday from 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. And before you ask, yes, it is all ages. So it's going to be an afternoon full of pizza, house music, and just good vibes. They're having a couple of DJs take over and just play house music the entire afternoon. So grab a slice, order a drink. They're going to be having a full bar and drink specials, specialty pizza slices for this event, as well as a quick bites menu if maybe you want to do something besides pizza. They have indoor space and outdoor space if you do want to get outside a little bit, though it is hot, so definitely drink some water, wear sunscreen, stay hydrated, everyone. We're in a heat wave in Orlando right now. And of course, we'll have house music being played all day. So if you really want to go and experience the daytime good dancing vibes and you want to have an early bedtime, this is going to be the event for you at the Daylight Orlando pop-up.
See, I love going to things and having a good time, but I gotta say, I love being in bed early. So again, this sounds pretty perfect for me, at least. Now, the one that I really was excited for, The Last Splash, Two Girls in a Market. I watched this little video here. It looks like so much fun. I love a market, so tell us everything we need to know.
Orlando is so incredible. We have so many specialized niche markets that happen every single weekend, and they're all different themes. And this theme, specifically, The Last Splash, is celebrating the end of summer. We are turning into the fall Halloween spooky season here in Orlando, but let's soak up summer just one more time. So the Last Splash Market celebrates all of that, and it's happening this Sunday from 12 to 4 p.m. at the Ivan Park Logger House. So you'll be able to shop a variety of local vendors and small businesses, supporting that local community. You'll be able to snap photos because they're going to have a themed summer photo booth happening. Who doesn't love a little photo booth moment? Live DJ sets will be happening throughout the event too. So you got some live entertainment and a soundtrack to help you while you shop. They'll have drink specials. Again, Ivanhoe Park Logger House. They have a ton of really great drinks available to purchase for you to enjoy throughout the day. And it's going to be a very beach-inspired Y2K vibes, thinking, summer of the early 2000s. So we're really going to hone in on the nostalgia and just celebrate a great season coming to a close. Time.
2000s kid myself, I love the Y2K. That sounds fun. Local spotlight, you some really great stuff here.
On this list are prettiest local restaurants, and they're perfect for a romantic date night. On weekdays and 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. Also have which is my favorite time of the day. That's Tuesdays from 5 to 7. And you have half appetizers, here. Really great experience. You should go and look at this content. It's absolutely stunning. They have a beautiful mirror of a honest, so natural, very, very gorgeous. Then
I really want to try. Like that's
is tell you it's a menu. So think of chicken you get, very it's just
That sounds so delicious. I grew up in
Atlanta. They also have a happy hour. That's $5 selectors, wines, and $8 specialties. Plus, another discounted, bar starter options like nachos and their honey flatbread, which is so. What's really great about Kansas is that they have like a local market inside as well, a little coffee shop as well. They are right on the water on the Lake Nona, so you have a beautiful waterfront view. Plus, the inside is also beautiful. And I'm sure you've seen all the Instagram photo options because they have a stained glass window house that everyone goes and snaps their picture with. So there's another really elevated dining, really, really great. They're also participating in magical dining, which are those $40 to $60 specialty meals, 3 courses, running now through September 30th. So Canvas and also, I didn't say this, the Monroe are both participating in magical dining. So another excuse and reason to go.
I do love magical dining. Anything that's on that list, I'm at least going to visit once. We kind of have to.
It's a staple. It's a staple.
Now tell us about Lamp and Shade there in the Mills 50 district.
If you know anything about Mills 50 District, it is the place with all of the really cool restaurants and bars. It's really, really livened up over the past, I would say, 5 to 10 years. And Lamp and Shade is such a really great addition to this area. They have dinner and late night bites. They have a weekend brunch. And I think my favorite thing about them is their late night kitchen menu, which is open from Fridays and Saturdays from 11 p.m. to 1 a.m. So you can still go out, have a nice little drink, and then maybe get a little munchie as well through 1 a.m. And they have a happy hour too. Again, my favorite time of day, with offering deals on select cocktails and small plates Monday through Friday from 4 to 6 p.m. So another good thing. They also have a Shuck It Tuesday where they have fresh $2 fresh oysters and other white wine and bubbles discounts. And I haven't seen a deal for oysters this good in Orlando in a long time. But the vibe here is very, very whimsical, very cute. They also have a beautiful hand-painted mural. It's just a really great open concept dining spot in Mills 50 that I highly recommend you guys stopping in and going to.
Any place with a beautiful mural, that's automatically going to reel me in. But those drinks looked delicious. Oh my gosh.
Our team absolutely raved about their craft cocktails. Absolutely incredible, depending on what your taste palette is. I know our team member Tristan, he's more of a old-fashioned whiskey kind of guy. I'm a fruity kind of gal, so I stick to those kind of cocktails. But they have whatever your palate is, they have it.
I heard fruity. I'm there. Now, talking about gorgeous cocktails, let's look at these from the Wellborn. I mean, those are stunning.
Oh my gosh. The Best Friends is in purple, and Hayden, my girl, let me tell you, that one is incredible. That is my go-to. The Wellborn is a really cute little spot in downtown Orlando. It is open from, 5 p.m. to 12 a.m. on Monday through Tuesday through Thursday. Wow, my notes are all over the place. They also serve brunch as well, but the best time to go, in my professional opinion, is their happy hour, 5 to 7 p.m. Tuesday through Friday. They have 50% off select cocktails and wine, so you can get that Best Friends cocktail half off. You can't beat that deal. And what's really outstanding about the Wellborn is their beautiful outdoor garden that you can have an opportunity to sit in and just enjoy the ambiance. So as we get into fall a little bit later, that is the place you're going to sit in that beautiful courtyard space. This is actually the perfect spot to go to before you go to a show at the Dr. Phillips Center. It is walking distance from the venue, so you can go, park your car, go to the Wellborn, enjoy a happy hour, and still make it to your show by 7:30. All done.
That sounds like the perfect night. Well, Ashley, I feel like if people didn't have weekend plans before they watched this segment, they definitely have something to do now that you've shown them all of these awesome things they can check out here.
Of course, we've given you guys so many options. If you want to know any more details about anything that we just went over, or maybe you want to explore a little bit more because for whatever reason we didn't give you enough stuff, you guys can download the free YouNation app, or if you want to stay connected with us in real time, you can follow us on all social media at Stuff to Do in Orlando.
Ashley Edwards, Director of Creative Strategy from YouNation, thank you so much for joining us for our community crosswords. This was so much fun.
Thanks, Aiden.
We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus. When we come back, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. will be speaking at a press event. We'll take that for you live right here on Fox 35 when we come back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back to Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Hayden Wiggs. Thank you so much for joining us. There has been a lot of talk about e-bike bans on campuses all across Central Florida, with some campuses banning them outright and others requiring those with a working driver's license to even be able to drive them on campus. Earlier this week, Fox 35's Reina Nieves spoke with Bike Walk Central Florida about are these bike bans really helping students or just putting them further in the path of danger?
Alrighty, so I wanted to ask you first, what was your initial reaction to the e-bike ban?
So when they initially they did a couple policy revisions, and the first one was just banning at elementary schools, which seemed really reasonable. But then what ended up coming out at the end was a more substantial ban to anyone except unless they had a driver's license. So we were surprised to see that based on the recommendations. And we generally believe that bans do not educate about bike safety. If students are switching to regular bicycles, we would anticipate seeing some of the same problems and concerns because there's a lack of education, driver's education, rider education, and awareness. There's a lot of laws already in place. Students, anyone under the age of 16 is supposed to have a helmet. Any device that goes over 28 miles an hour is not a micromobility or e-bike device and is not street legal. So these are things that could already be enforced. And this, I think, adds a lot more confusion and chaos in the public.
Understood. So rather than a ban, what would you, if you could talk to lawmakers right now, like face to face, what would you suggest?
What we've been seeing in other communities and public schools, Volusia County schools just recently, they now have a policy for an e-bike safety course in order to complete that. And we want to just see more education in our schools around bike safety, helmet safety, what to do in the road, being less distracted. We know that students in our youth that are learning these safe habits, even just biking and walking, will also become safer drivers later on because they're all going to eventually be on the road and driving. So we believe that by creating more opportunities for education in our schools and PE classes at all age levels could really help not only with having our pedestrians and cyclists be safer, but them also become safer drivers when they get older.
That's great to point out. And speaking of cars, now the pickup lines and everything's just going to get a little bit more crowded. What do you think the school year is going to look like?
Yes, I certainly have a soft spot in my heart for the parents who are going to have to deal with the longer carpool lanes, especially for middle schools where school doesn't start until 9:30. Most of us are already well into our workday and morning and meetings by then. So what are parents supposed to do, especially for those kids in the 2-mile radius? You know, it's just a radius. It doesn't mean it's a 2-mile walk. It could take way longer than 2 miles, depending if they're crossing an unsafe street and they have to go a further distance. So there's just a lot more complications, especially for the families within that 2-mile radius.
Talk to me about your organization and how you guys are helping kind of educate students and people in the community.
Absolutely. So I am the program manager for our Safe Travelers Youth Education Program. SAFE standing for Smart, Active, Fun, and Empowered, where we bring out interactive and engaging presentations, events, and opportunities in the community to help empower our youth to be safer on our streets. We give out helmets and connect organizations with how they can get these resources into the hands of their community and kids and families. We also go into schools and we'll do safety presentations and test the students' knowledge before and after to see what they didn't know and now what they know better than what they had known before. And then we want to also just encourage our school districts and parents to increase communications, and we help on those campaigns around bicycle, pedestrian, and micromobility safety.
That's amazing to hear that you guys are actively advocating for change. So speaking of change in the future, what do you see happening? I mean, there's a lot of these kids on these bikes and obviously it's an easier way to get to school, like without parents involved. So what do you see in the future? Do you see this ban kind of changing, kind of getting maybe the wording kind of change? What do you see?
It's really hard to tell because it seems like every day there's shifts and changes, and it did seem like the sentiment from the board was that they wanted to change this at some point. Based on what happens in our counties and city ordinances, because currently Orange County does not have an ordinance around these devices. And I think they're waiting and looking to seeing what comes out of that to help better align their policies that make more sense for what kids are actually doing out on the roads versus just whether or not they're bringing these devices on campus or not.
Yeah, understood. I mean, we'll just have to see what happens. Well, anything else you wanted to add before I let you go?
Just that everyone, deserves dignity in the ways that they get around. Our means of transportation is not always a choice. Some students are taking city buses. There's school bus shortages. There's crossing guard shortages all the time. And it's everybody's responsibility to teach and be aware of safety and who's out there on the roads and sharing the roads for everybody.
Well, thank you so much, Anna, for speaking with me today.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Another facet of that e-bike controversy happening all across Central Florida. Again, that was Fox 35's Reina Nieves speaking to Bike Walk Central Florida. We're going to take you live now to Rochester, Minnesota, where RFK Jr. is joining federal and local officials, law enforcement, and community partners for a closed roundtable highlighting Project Lifesaver, which is a local search and rescue program serving individuals with autism. We're going to listen in here again in Rochester, Minnesota.
I was honored to lead the establishment of the National Blue Alert Network after the senseless ambush murders of NYPD detectives Ramos and Liu in 2014. And our team recently launched the National Ashante Alert Network to aid in the safe recovery of those who have been abducted or may be in physical danger. This DOJ is laser focused on making America safer and committed to equipping and supporting our nation's first responders so that they can do their jobs safely and effectively. Supporting these everyday American heroes, it lies at the core of our mission. And in the coming year, OJP expects to invest more than $5 billion to support local fighting efforts and to strengthen public safety outcomes. And this includes emergency responses for individuals in crisis, like those who wander from autism, Alzheimer's, and dementia. Recently, major enforcement operations, DEA seizures, and the work of DOJ's new National Fraud Division have attracted considerable attention, and rightfully so. But an equally important part of our work is protecting our most vulnerable, including children, older adults, and people with disabilities. DOJ is committed to working with HHS to leverage our resources and connections with public safety professionals to promote the use of autism alerts that will save lives and improve outcomes for individuals with autism and others who may wander or experience crisis. And to the families who are here today with loved ones with autism, and to the advocates and volunteers who devote themselves to this cause, we are grateful for your strength and your perseverance. Your dedication strengthens our communities, it informs our policies, and it fuels the progress that you see here today. Thank you.
Well, good morning, you all. Thank you for being here. I first want to extend my tremendous gratitude to President Trump and also to Secretary Mark Wayne Mullen for their trust and hope and confidence in leading this nation in so many critical spaces. I also really want to praise Secretary Kennedy for your efforts and your leadership at HHS and the bold and compelling arguments that you've made for greater patient advocacy. To our federal interagency partners, as well as to our state and local counterparts, working with you all is a tremendous privilege. FEMA stands ready to support all the different activities that we need to better support our communities. Our mission set is very simple: to ensure that we protect life, property, and critical national infrastructure. Life is obviously the fundamental component that we're talking about here today. With our integrated public alert and warning systems capabilities, we are able to effectively deliver more networking and more ability to communicate with the American people so as to recruit their expertise and, most importantly, recruit their action. Floods, hazardous materials, you name it. You probably see these alerts all the time on your phone. It is all unique today that we're talking about the actual capability that that platform builds to ensure that the American people can be fully informed to address the needs of this critical community, specifically for the autism community, and ensuring that sound and clear communications can be delivered as effectively as possible. We wouldn't be here if it wasn't for your tremendous advocacy. We wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the incredible stories and also for the great partnerships that we have for how they truly develop a better way to support the needs of these great, great Americans that are a part of our everyday life. So thank you all. May God bless you all, and it's a tremendous honor to support.
We'll go ahead and take a few questions. I want to remind reporters to please keep your questions on the topic of today's important announcement.
If you raise your hand, I'll bring the microphone around to you. We just ask that you say your name and outlet.
Thank you, Danae Dredden, Rochester Post-Bulletin. I'm curious, you mentioned the success of the program here locally, Project Lifesaver. Is that why this announcement was made in Rochester today?
Yes. I'm going across the country now, and I'm looking at programs at work, and this is a standout program for, somebody for a community that is doing this successfully and has developed a very, very innovative program. It's now used by 37 counties here in Minnesota and several counties in Wisconsin. But here in Rochester, they have a perfect record of recovery without losing anybody, and that's what we want nationally.
Trey Muse with the Minnesota Star Tribune. I'm looking for a few more details about the network. I know you said that this is the launch and that you'll be forming this network over the next few months, but do you have any sort of ideas in terms of budget or timeline or even specific initiatives that you know are going to be part of this framework now?
Yes, so we are launching the initiative today and announcing the partnership with FEMA and DOJ. So that is probably one of the most important things that can happen for this initiative. We're trying to create guidance so that communities and states use their existing missing and endangered person protocols and their IPAWS system, which my colleague, Administrator of FEMA, Cameron Hamilton, can explain, leverage those systems and activate them immediately in an autism case. Typically, when an autistic person goes missing, you really shouldn't have to wonder, is it an emergency or not? It typically is. But many, many times, as we have seen in cases around the country, a child or an adult with autism is reported missing, and if the kid is a teenager, there will be a long wait before authorities activate. But if they were to use their MEP and IPAWS system right away, there would be a better chance of recovery. So what we're going to set forth is a package of guidance, protocols, share best practices from states and communities that are doing it right, and also templates for the IPAWS system that are autism specific.
And again, this is a press conference here in Rochester, Minnesota, where RFK Jr. and several other officials are announcing a program to look for missing people with autism. That alert system will help find those people who are missing, which is pretty relevant here in Central Florida, where recently we've seen children with autism go missing. We are going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus. When we come back, J.D. Vance speaking in Middleton, Ohio. We'll take you live to that press conference right after this break when we come back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back to Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Hayden Wiggs, taking you live now to Middleton, Ohio, where Vice President J.D. Vance is speaking on the economic future here at a manufacturing plant in this battleground state. We are going to take a listen into those remarks.
He was a man with very simple ambitions. He didn't want to get rich. He had no desire to build a business. That's not who my papaw was. His American dream was well-fed kids, a car engine to tinker with. He loved to build out cars, a lukewarm cup of coffee, never cold, never hot, and of course a donut from either Central Pastry or Milton's Donuts. That was his American dream. I went to Central Pastry today because, of course, I had to go get an ugly donut while I was in town. And the ladies behind the counter, they said, "You've lost way too much weight. What's going on?" And I said, "Well, I don't have a Central Pastry in Washington, D.C. That's what's going on." My papaw, it's funny, he voted in every election. He loved this country, but he did not care for politics. Now, back then, he said that Democrats were the party of union men, so he usually voted Democrat. But he thought way too many politicians were just plain old corrupt, and he was right. All he asked for from his political leaders was very simple. He asked that his taxes be reasonable. He asked that his community be safe. He asked that our politicians ensure that there were good jobs for men and women who are willing to work for them. And he asked that America never be asked to be the policeman of the world. Now, he was my grandfather. I called him Papaw. And he toiled in this very place to give our family the little extras, like I said, for nearly 4 decades. Now, I'm very honored because the welders of this facility made me this incredible, beautiful artisan plaque to commemorate me coming here. And those of you who don't know, Papaw was a welder, so it's particularly meaningful for me and for all the welders behind me and in front of me. Thank you all. It means a great deal. But Papaw was a welder in this place for 40 years. And today his grandson stands here as the Vice President of these United States. It's an amazing thing. And I'm here with a message from the President of these United States. The future of America, the future of the United States, the future of our homes and communities is going to be built right here in Middletown, Ohio. My papaw hated the politicians who ignored this place. He hated the people who saw this as the place of the past. He hated the people who forgot about this town when they should have been fighting for this town. And the unfortunate reality is that they came from both political parties. And they spent the last 40 years telling you it didn't matter if we made things right here or whether we made them in overseas countries. They said it was irrational, sentimental, old-fashioned to want to preserve the things that make the United States of America special. What we really needed, they said, was to compete and have complete market integration with every nation of the third world. Places where you could pay wages at pennies on the dollar, but didn't have to give your workers health care or good benefits in the process. And anytime somebody dared to put an obstacle in front of that set of ideas, anytime they said, you know what, we need to put tariffs or tough immigration policies to stop that, those people were called backwards, they were called wrong. Now in 1984, just to date myself a little bit, don't hate me, 1 month before I was born, the Wall Street Journal, the voice of big business in the United States of America, proposed, and I quote, a 5-word constitutional amendment. There shall be open borders. Now they weren't joking. They weren't being tongue-in-cheek, because if you look at what they tried to do over the next 40 years, they told you back then exactly what they were trying to do. 16 years later, when I was in high school, right here at Middletown High School, go Middies. The newspaper's lead editorial writer doubled down on that same set of ideas. They said, someone who believes, this is a quote, in the free trade and free movements of capital, they declared, will quite naturally believe in the free movement of labor. That means they're going to ship your jobs overseas, and they're going to let anybody who wants to come into the United States of America with no vetting and no care. Being replaced by foreign workers, in other words, it was not an accident, my friends. It was the desired outcome of a generation of American elites. And every single person in this room knows the consequences and what they looked like over a generation right here in Middletown, Ohio. Now, growing up here, I remember when somebody would come to school and tell me that their dad had just found out that he had lost his job, that the factory that employed their parents was going overseas to China or to Mexico. In other cases, American workers didn't just have their jobs destroyed, they got told they were being replaced by a foreign worker, and then they had to train that worker before they got replaced. Some of these stories have made national news, and they've stuck with me. 3 years after the Wall Street Journal called for the free movement of labor, a computer programmer, not a mill worker, a computer programmer by the name of Kevin Flanagan was let go at the bank that he worked at. And the bank, they told him, you're only going to get your severance package if you trained a foreign replacement to do your job instead. And it's a heartbreaking story because he did it. He dutifully did what he was asked to do, and on his last day, he packed up his things, he walked to the office parking lot, he got in his truck, and he shot himself. It's not just Kevin, as you all know. Now, economists have measured the ways in which the opioid crisis exploded in the very locations where jobs were shipped overseas. They opened borders demanded by those same people, brought some innocent people, of course it did. But we also know that it brought a lot of cartels, it brought the fentanyl trade, and it left us with millions of orphan children being raised by aggrieved grandparents. That was the story, of course, of my mama and papa. Now, the blood of these men and women, these so-called deaths of despair, I'm sure you've heard that phrase, but it's almost too abstract for me, because the blood of those people, in my view, it pools at the feet of those who would sell out their country for a cheap bottom line. Our politicians, and frankly the cronies in the private sector, people who didn't want to build in America like Cleveland Cliffs, but people who were happy to build overseas, they got rich, and communities like this one got poor. Politicians, think about this, who came to Washington with a few $1,000s in their bank account, left after decades of public service with millions in stock portfolios. And what did all of you get? What did we get? If you were lucky, your neighbor's job got shipped to a foreign country while your tax dollars got shipped to fraudsters. And if you were unlucky, as I know many people in this room were, you were left raising a grandchild while you were mourning the child killed by the very poison brought across that wide open border. But just as it was a policy choice to let that happen, my friends, it was a policy choice to reverse that decline. And in November of 2024, you made a choice to reverse 40 years of American decline and make Donald Trump the President of the United States. And I'm not saying it's going to be easy or it's all going to happen overnight, but in just 18 months, we have seen an explosion of rebuilding in the American heartland. We have seen trillions, with a T, trillions of new dollars of investment pour into the United States of America to build new smelters, build new manufacturing facilities, build new mills, build new everything. Under President Trump's leadership, factory construction employment has exploded. We've added 83,000 factory construction jobs just since Inauguration Day. And as companies break new ground on new facilities and they start building new assembly lines, imports for capital goods are reaching historic peaks. Because when we build these facilities, we've also got to put the beautiful equipment that go into them. Demand for metal cutting and similar machine tools is hitting its highest levels in a century in the United States of America. And all this new construction is building on a strong base with manufacturing activity last month reaching its best rate in many, many years. We've created more than 29,000 new jobs in the sector in 2026 so far, reversing years of decline in manufacturing employment. And year over year, manufacturing workers' wages actually went up 4.2%, where they went down under the Biden administration. And frankly, they've been higher in the industries where you've seen that decline in illegal immigration into our country, like construction and commercial trucking. And that brings me to why I'm here today. Because we're not just here to talk about the celebration and the good news and the numbers. We're here to announce that Cleveland Cliffs is making today, right here in Middletown, Ohio, a $1 billion investment in transformational manufacturing right here in our home. Now that's going to protect and create tons of new jobs. We're going to upgrade the iron-making furnace. We're going to implement cutting-edge new technology to optimize furnace operation and improve Middletown's air qualities, because as much as the far left says that you can't have industry, but also clean air and water, we're going to show in this facility that's exactly what you can have. You can have both of it, and you can have it in spades with smart leadership. Now, this is only possible because of my friend Chris Wright's and the president's energy dominance agenda. And I got to say, it's great to have a business that is putting power into the grid rather than just taking it away, and that's exactly what we're going to do here in Middletown. But we also recognize in our administration that real dignity, it's not just about what happens in the factory. It's not just about what happens in the office. We don't just want you to have a good job, as much as I very much want that for every single person in this room. I want you to have peace, and I want you to have security, and I want you to have the real freedom that comes along with knowing that you are the Lord of your own manor. The great Southern populist, probably most of you in the room don't know who I'm talking about, but he's an interesting guy, kind of a crazy guy. His name was Huey Long, and he once said, "Every man a king" was the goal of his political program. But no man is a king if their castle is under siege by criminals. No man is a king if they can't take their family out to dinner without being mugged or having their car jacked. And of course, ending the Biden border invasion was a big part of why we have changed that over the last 18 months. For 4 years, the Democrats invited millions of illegal immigrants into this country to take over our communities and compete with us for jobs and housing. They let in murderers, they let in gang leaders, they let in fraudsters, and they let in drug traffickers, and they did so by the tens of thousands. And for months, we heard Democrats, including people like Sherrod Brown, people who pretend to be the friends of the workers in this facility, saying that they couldn't do anything to fix it, that we needed a new law, we needed a new statute, we needed Congress to pass a new regulation in order to fix Joe Biden's open border. But as we've learned over the past 18 months, it didn't require a new law to close down that border. It just required a new U.S. president. And what we did is we told American corporations that if you wanted new workers, you got to start by training and hiring your own countrymen. And we rewarded the corporations like Cleveland Cliffs that wanted to do that, and we were willing to tell the corporations that wanted to hire foreign labor that if you wanted to bring that stuff back into the United States, you were going to pay a big fat tariff for doing so. And so, for the first time in my life, America saw net migration out of the country as we sent millions of illegal immigrants back home. And as a result, And as a result of that, this is maybe the thing I'm the most proud of in the last 18 months. Do you know that all net job growth over the past 18 months went to native-born Americans, reversing a trend for 4 years where it all went to other people? We got a lot of work to do, but we're making progress on all the things that matter the most. On the affordability question, we know that under Joe Biden, the cost of a median price home nearly doubled. Now, for the first time in over 5 years, rents are falling for the first time. We got a lot of work to do, but we're finally seeing that American dream of homeownership become accessible again to our young people. And it's not just affordability, America's getting safer too. We're currently experiencing in the United States of America the largest reduction in violent crime in the history of our country. Homicides. You know, homicides are at their lowest level in our country, the lowest level in 126 years. That's almost hard to believe. Cities like Aurora, Colorado, where, if you remember, I had an interview with somebody in the mainstream media. It was the October before the election, right when we were getting into crunch time. And we were talking about how these violent Venezuelan drug gangs had taken over apartment buildings in Aurora, Colorado. And I said this to the anchor, and the anchor comes back and says to me, she says, well, they've only taken over 1 or 2 apartment complexes. And I remember at the time, I guess I wouldn't be a good poker player because I got so excited. I was like, did she really just say it's okay for a Venezuelan drug gang to only take over 1 or 2 apartment complexes? I was ready to jump out of my seat and make this point that a single apartment complex or a single home taken over by a foreign drug gang is one too many, which is why we got to get those people the hell out of the United States of America. But as we systematically address the failures of the past, I got to be honest, as much as I wish we had, we have not gotten a lot of help from Democrats in Washington. Bernie, have we? No. This is not, unfortunately, JFK or FDR's Democrat Party. Hell, it's not even Bill Clinton's Democrat Party. This is the party of diversity quotas rather than opportunity for all. This is the party, the Democrat Party, of graduate students rather than the union and non-union workers who make this facility run. It's sometimes actually hard to understand, like, what do these modern Democrats actually stand for? But look what they say. Pay close attention, and they'll leave these little hints of what they actually care about. Now, El Sayed, this guy running for Senate in Michigan, he once argued, not too long ago, that criticisms of Sharia law were rooted in white supremacy. I'd love to go back in time and tell my papaw that there's a man who claims to stand for working people who says not only should we have Sharia law, but if you criticize it, you're a white supremacist. That's not my papaw's Democrat Party, my friends. Now, I served for 2 years in the Senate with Sherrod Brown. He was a friendly enough guy, but he was a man who claimed to represent this state, but never once raised his voice against Joe Biden's border crisis or against the inflation that was brought on by Joe Biden underinvesting and trying to destroy American industry. If you look at it, at every step of the way, these Democrats have voted for foreign workers and fraudsters over American citizens and hard-paying taxpayers. They have voted for corporations who sent jobs overseas rather than good American businesses who invested in you, invested in your communities, and increased your jobs. Who do these Democrats put first? Everyone else. You know who the Trump administration puts first? Americans. You, my friends, that's who we fight for. But you know, these Democrats, they've opposed every turn our work to make trade fair again, to stop letting foreign countries take advantage of us. They screamed and cried as we protected our communities from illegal immigration. They sued, they boycotted, they protested, they rioted, and they obstructed, all in the name of defending the interests of foreigners over American citizens. That's right. Now, some of the stories sound insane. In one case, we were working to deport a convicted child rapist in the state of Minnesota. Tim Walz. You remember Tim Walz? Caught wind. And you know what he did? He pardoned the guy. He pardoned a literal child rapist to prevent him from being deported out of the United States of America. Now, we went ahead and got this guy out of our country anyways, and Walz, it gets better. Walz asked the country what good it accomplished. Did that make us any safer? That is a direct quote from the Democrat governor of Minnesota. To which I'd say, as the father of 4 young children, 10-year-olds and everybody else can breathe a little bit easier in Minnesota. Yes, Tim, of course it's good to get violent criminals the hell out of the United States of America. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what we're up against in November. Whether it's child predators, Somali fraudsters, foreign gang members, or even visa fraudsters who are working to undercut American wages and steal from American taxpayers, the Democrats know who they stand for. It's anyone but you. Think about it. Every single Democrat, every one, voted against no taxes on tips, voted against no taxes on Social Security, voted against no taxes on overtime, and voted against no taxes on car loans so long as those cars were made right here in America. Now, we got to ask ourselves, imagine if they get back in power, what are they going to vote for? If these radicals take control of Congress, they're going to pass the craziest agenda America has ever seen. You're not going to have to take my word for it. You just got to hear these guys actually talk about it themselves. One incoming Democrat congresswoman wants to abolish prisons, she wants to abolish police, and she wants to abolish the borders. And let me just say, that's the only real question on the ballot in November. Do we believe in America, or do we believe in nothing? We in this room believe in America, and we're going to fight for it, my friends. You know, when I reflect on 250 years of American history, what I can't help but feel above everything else is gratitude. I reflect on this incredible life that I've been able to lead thanks to the generosity of so many of the people in this community, people who are here today, friends and family. My stepmom is here, teachers, people who made it possible for me to live the American dream when everything else was fighting against it. The cool thing about this nation is that in our own way, making our own contribution, we've built this country together as one American family. Black and white, rich and poor, whether you've been in this country for 10 seconds or whether your family has been in this country for 10 generations, think about it. Every accomplishment of American greatness has a long line of people, many of them who don't get their part in the story, but we all know we're very much part of it. Now, of course, I grew up in an era where we had already gone to the moon. But think about this. When we went to the moon, of course, it was the astronauts. Everybody wanted to be an astronaut when I was growing up. Neil Armstrong just lived up the street when I was growing up. They were amazing men. They tested the limits of physical realities. They had quite literally out-of-this-world courage. But it was not just them. It was the scientists, it was the computer programmers who designed the rockets, who designed the software that went in it. It was the janitor who made sure that facility was a clean and orderly place to go to work so that these guys could build the rockets that took us to the moon. It was men like my papaw who worked at steel mills all across America and who built parts and materials that were American strong and good enough to test the limits of interplanetary travel for the first time in human history. It was the moms and dads doing the quiet and, as I know, often thankless work of raising the kinds of boys and girls who could become astronauts, or become scientists, or become welders, or eventually become moms and dads themselves. The story of our beautiful nation and its greatest achievements has been written by all of us together. Some of us contributed a few sentences, and others contributed whole chapters of the book, but it is the story of our people. It is the story of our parents before we were born, and it will be the story of our grandchildren long after we're gone. The story of this country is one of a foundation laid by normal, common, and good people who make the great achievements of Western civilization possible. You know, one of my kids is ready to go back to school next week, and I learned through him of a classmate who suffered from a terrible illness. Little girl, beautiful little girl. And as fate would have it, just a crazy coincidence, I actually knew a little girl when I was growing up in Middletown, Ohio, who suffered from the exact same illness. And what I remember is that back then, it was considered a death sentence. And now it's serious. I don't want to underweight it, but this little girl is expected to survive after she gets her course of treatment. Now think about this. In just a single generation, a disease has gone from a death sentence to another very difficult problem that Americans together can fix. From the people who are making the therapeutics, to the people who are designing and building the facilities where they're made, to the men and women who manufacture the steel where the medicines that saved that little girl's life were made. It's not possible without all of us working together. And when I look at this girl's life, the fact that she's going to be able to grow up and live a normal life, I cannot help but feel gratitude for every piece, every chapter of the American story that made it possible. To the researchers and scientists, think about this, who have toiled for decades finding treatments to the world's most difficult diseases. To the businesses, the parents, the private citizens, the philanthropists who funded the kind of moonshot research to take this disease to be something that could be treated. To the government that created a climate of innovation for the world's deadliest diseases. Think about all the teachers who made it possible for this little girl, my son's teacher too, who made it possible for this little girl to come to school despite her illness. And I got to brag on my little boy a little bit, and I hope I won't feel emotional or get too emotional, but I can't help but feel gratitude to him. Because I got a note a couple months ago, every father will appreciate this, and he told us that in this girl's weakened state, even though she was still trying to come to school most days, that their daughter was worried about going down the steps to the playground. But that every day, our little boy volunteered to hold her hand and make sure she got to go to recess with confidence. Now, our founding fathers wrote in the Constitution that the purpose of this union was to secure the blessings of liberty. And what greater blessing of liberty than to know that this little girl has a good chance, to know that the work of an army of doctors and researchers made it possible for your little girl or your little guy to show a moment of compassion to this little girl, to show that greatness that I believe God places in the heart of every human being, made possible because this little girl happened to grow up at a time and in the greatest country in the history of the world. That's the American story, my friends. Look, it's not my job to tell you how to live your life. It's not my job to tell you who to fall in love with, how to worship, or even whether to root for the Bengals or the Browns. Though, sorry, John, you should be rooting for the Bengals. You too, actually, Bernie, you're probably more of a Cleveland fan than John is. But my job, the job of the President of the United States, the job the President demands of every single person in his administration, the Vice President on down, is to fight for you. It's to fight for your blessings of liberty, for a neighborhood that's safe, a job that's dignified, a church that's protected, and a community of citizens where every single person has both the right and the duty, but also the obligation to write their story in the chapter of the United States of America. And so, my fellow Americans, my fellow Ohioans, my fellow Middletonians, I believe that this November, you and I and our fellow citizens, we're going to go to the ballot box and we're going to face a choice. Do we believe in the United States of America? Do we believe in the hardworking men and women who built this great nation? Do we demand that our government serve us and our children rather than fraudsters and criminals? Do we demand that the American president fight for the American people first? Then, my friends, I ask you, each and every one of you, to stand on your own conscience, to vote for patriots, to vote for people who are going to fight for you, to vote for John Houston for the United States Senate and for Vivek for the governor of Ohio. Get out there and fight for yourself by telling the far-left radicals who have taken over the Democratic Party, this is not your country, it's our country, and we're going to fight for it. God bless you, and thank you for having me.
And that there was Vice President J.D. Vance speaking in his hometown of Middleton, Ohio, appearing at the Cleveland Cliffs Middletown Works steel plant. His remarks focused on promoting the Trump administration's America First economic agenda. He also highlighted a major $1 billion modernization and rebuild project for that works facility, backed in part by a $500 million U.S. Department of Energy grant. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we will be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back to Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Hayden Wiggs. Maxwell Frost, the representative, the Democratic representative, entire local and statewide slate of endorsements won their primaries in the recent election that we just had, from school board chairs to U.S. Senate and governor nominations. A pretty impressive rate there for Maxwell Frost. Earlier this week, Fox 35's Johnny Jackson got to speak with the representative about those endorsements, what it takes to get an endorsement from Representative Maxwell Frost, and we will hear what it is that he had to say.
Yeah, we were really excited to see that we had a 10 out of 10 win rate with all the candidates that we endorsed, from the United States Senate to the gubernatorial's mansion to the school board, county commission, et cetera. And it's part of what I told the voters when I was first running for office, that I recognize that this isn't about me, right? It's not a one-man show. It's a team sport. And I have a vested interest in making sure that from the school board all the way up to the governor's mansion, that we have good partners that share our values and that I can work with. And that's why we made those endorsements. And my endorsement isn't an empty endorsement. You know, I don't believe in just endorsing someone and it goes on a website and that's it. We dedicate real money and real resources to helping these candidates. We hired 86 organizers over the summer, 86 people on staff to go out and knock doors for and with these candidates in my district. We made phone calls, we raised money, we do everything we can. And look, I'm not here to say like some of these people wouldn't have won if it wasn't for me. That's not what it's about. It's the fact that these candidates would have won regardless because they're amazing candidates. We just wanted to make sure that we gave them everything we got to help them get across the finish line.
And earlier this week, I think even earlier today, you talked about the importance of kind of building a machine in Orange County for year-round organizing. How important is that for not just this election, but potentially future cycles?
It is so important, and it's part of the problem that Democrats have had in the state of Florida for a long time. Look, the era of setting up a campaign 3 months before Election Day and then stopping it after you win or lose needs to end. We need people to be organizing year-round, and that's what we've done. I mean, we haven't stopped knocking doors and running a campaign since I first launched my campaign in August of 2021. We literally haven't stopped. We've always been organizing. And funny enough, this year I'm not on the ballot because I'm running unopposed. Yeah, I'm still running the biggest campaign I've ever run. And that's because we never stop campaigning. And that's what we need people to do. You know, usually a politician, you get elected, you keep a bunch of money in some bank account for a race that might come in the future. No, spend that money on communicating with people. Spend that money on organizing people, because it's not just about the next election, it's about the next 10. And I think the more that we think that way, the more we're going to be able to win. And that's what happened. These candidates won because we're building a machine alongside other great elected officials here locally and our local party, and making sure that we're always communicating with people, and that people aren't just used to hearing from their elected officials around election time, but they hear from you all the time.
And you mentioned running unopposed in your own district. Has that kind of freed you up, because you've been campaigning with Abdul El Sayed as well, candidates across the country? What is that freedom like to kind of really go all in to help other Democrats get elected?
Yeah, I mean, look, a lot of times when you run unopposed, people see that as an opportunity to chill out or like hang out. The fact of the matter is there's still an election. And what happens in other places across Florida, in my own district, and across the country impacts my ability to do my job. So even though I'm running unopposed, there's still a campaign. There are many campaigns, and I'm dedicated to doing everything I can do to help them out. So like I said, we are still very busy. We are still hiring people in the district. We are opening up a campaign office soon. Again, I don't have a campaign necessarily for myself, but it's to help other people, which is really important to me. And so that kind of freedom is nice, but it's not like there's just a bunch of open time on the calendar. It's all being filled mainly on local races here in Central Florida, red to blue races and frontline races across the state of Florida. We believe we're going to be able to flip some congressional seats. We're going to send Bale Dalton to the United States Congress. We're going to send a lot of people to the United States Congress across the entire state of Florida. And then we're going to send David Jolly of the governor's mansion and Angie Nixon to the United States Senate. And I'm going to do everything I can to make sure that happens.
What is the criteria for a Congressman Maxwell Frost endorsement? Because we see, David Jolly and Angie Nixon, different spectrums of the left. What really goes into it for you?
You know, there isn't like a set criteria that, oh, well, if you meet these things, then you get the indoor, you know, everything is on a case by case basis. We look at the race, we look at who's running, we look at the type of campaign people are running. Of course, I look for people who share my values. I look for people who share my policy positions, all this type of stuff. We take it all into account. But at the end of the day, I want to make sure of two very important things. One, do we share values? And are you running on the democratic values that I believe are what this party was founded on and what we need to stay true to? And number two, are you running a good and well-operated campaign to get that message across? I always tell people, it's not enough to be right to win. It's not enough to be right to win. You also got to have a campaign that is set and ready to spread that message to the ends of the state, the ends of that district, the ends of the earth, right? And if you have those two things together, we want to be a part of that, and we want to help you in the way that you want to be helped. And we're here with a suite of options to be able to help the candidates that we endorse. Again, we don't give empty endorsements. I'll never just endorse a candidate and say, yeah, put it on the website. No, we're here to work. We're here to put that sweat equity on the line and make sure that you win. And that's why, you know, there's a lot of members of Congress who endorse people across the, like hundreds of endorsements. I don't really do that. We pick and choose the battles we want to get involved in, because if I endorse you, I'm dedicating my personal time of my staff, my campaign to help you out. And we want to make sure that we're good stewards of those resources.
And what does that organizing apparatus have to do to kind of outweigh a Republican voter advantage, especially for the governor's mansion?
You know, funny enough, you look at a lot of these special elections that have happened across the state of Florida, where a Democrat was elected in Mar-a-Lago, where a Democrat was elected in another red district just west of here. And if you look at those two elections, Republicans outvoted Democrats, but yet the Democrats still won. And so it's important that people know that, yeah, the Republicans might have a voter registration advantage here, but not only are we going to have insane voter turnout for Democrats, but we're going to win NPAs, we're going to win independents, and we believe that there are going to be a chunk of Republicans that come our way too, and that's how we win. Now, how do we actually get there? We organize, we knock on doors, we have conversations with our neighbors about what David Jolly and Angie Nixon are running on, about what, you know, the future mayor, Tiffany Moore Russell's running on, what people are running on. And the fact of the matter is that we live in a country where it is too damn expensive to live, and where people, after they pay their bills, if they could pay their bills, have no money left over. And essentially what's going on is the American dream no longer exists, because the American dream isn't, oh, I have enough money to get by. No, the American dream is success. It's supposed to be you have enough money left over to build wealth that you can pass along. And that is slipping away. And honestly, for many young people, it's gone. And so these are folks who are running on a message of, hey, let's bring down the cost of living. Let's bring up wages. Let's put more money in your pocket. We believe that government actually has a role to make our lives better. You know, so many politicians want to spend their time in office lecturing the American public on individual responsibility. Oh, you're paying too much for, you know, the reason you're poor and don't have money is because of avocado toast. Shut up. Did you run for office to lecture the people, or did you run for office to do work and figure out how government can make life better for people? You know, individual responsibility is very important. There's a lot we can do there, and we need more education. But the fact of the matter is, I hate when politicians use that as an excuse to say, well, government can't do anything. Stop being lazy and get to work. What are your ideas to make this country work for everyone? Because it's hard. It's hard for young people. It's hard for seniors. And it shouldn't be super easy, but wow, it is too hard to be able to get ahead in this country right now. And all these candidates are running on a very specific agenda to make Central Florida more affordable for the average person. And that's not a Democratic thing or a Republican thing or this and that. It's a human thing.
And last thing I'll ask you here, Congressman Frost, we're seeing the Angie Nixon, Ashley Moody race make national headlines over a lot of discourse around the Democratic Socialists of America, and some outlets trying to turn it into a referendum on democratic socialism and socialism in general. What do those headlines kind of ring to you, and how impactful do you think the discourse around DSA could be come November?
Yeah, this race isn't about a referendum on some political ideology. It's not about a referendum on socialism, okay? The DSA didn't endorse Angie Nixon. Angie Nixon ran a people-first grassroots campaign with people from all across the political spectrum across this entire state. And how do I know that? I know that because I joined her in Miami. I joined her here in Central Florida. I heard what she had to say. It wasn't about litigating some broad national thing. The problem is, oftentimes in national media, they want to kind of build up this way of characterizing a race. But Florida's a different place. Like, we don't always, or we're not always fitting neatly into the national conversation. We have our own thing going on. She ran a grassroots campaign focused on working class Americans and Floridians, and how, regardless of, what party you are or who you voted for last year, we have an agenda for you in which government's actually going to deliver. And ensure that you can afford to live in the state of Florida. That's the campaign Angie Nixon ran. And that's why, all this debate about this and that, like, no one cares. Like, no one's going into the voting booth going, what political ideology is this person? No, people want to know, what are you going to do for me? What are you going to do for my family? What are you going to do about the fact that I'm working the hardest I've ever worked? I have 2 jobs and I still can't make ends meet. And if you don't have an answer to that, you're going to lose. And that's why Ashley Moody's going to lose. That's why Byron Donald's going to lose. And David Jolly's going to be the next governor. And Angie Nixon's going to be our next senator. They have an answer to that pressing question. What are you going to do for me and my family?
And that was Maxwell Frost on what it takes to earn an endorsement from that representative. Now, I want to take you here to Los Angeles County, where a chase is underway for a burglary suspect there in Los Angeles. Not much information available about this chase at the time, but we've been watching this feed for quite some time. As you can see there from that header, this car is going at nearly 100 miles an hour, slowed down about, right back up to 100. Not a consistent speed here. This is on I-405 North and exit 71B in San Fernando there in Mission Hills. Police have been chasing this car for a couple of minutes now, at least on our end here. And again, not much information is available. They pursued a suspected burglar driving this black Honda Accord. The chase began around 10:12 a.m. near Oxnard Street and Lankershim Boulevard in North Hollywood before moving onto local service streets and the 101 freeway. It's not exactly clear what this person stole or why exactly the Los Angeles Police Department started chasing them. All of those details are still kind of fuzzy, but it is happening right here in Los Angeles, and we'll continue to monitor that for you here on Fox Local. Well, we are out of time here on Fox 35 News Plus. We're going to hand it off to Florida Live, where we have a lot of interesting things coming up here with Ken Kramer, our Tampa connection with Nancy Gay, all of that and more coming up on Florida Live. We'll hear from Commissioner Bill Carlson about the Tampa Rays stadium deal. All of that and more coming up in this next hour.
especially the night we were parking.
I paid the utilities the whole time they lived there.
She stole.
They never paid nothing.
It's not existent anymore.
They're totally lying.
The friendship.
Well, I don't trust people now.
Just things went sour.
We welcome our viewers across the United States joining us on Fox. This is the club at Chatham Hills, 30 miles north of downtown Indianapolis. Round 2 of Live Golf Indianapolis is the final event of the 2020.
We're going to hear from Commissioner Bill Carlson about that upcoming Tampa Rays stadium deal, as well as Matt Prever from HHN Speculation about all of the things coming to Halloween Horror Nights, which starts just 1 week from today. But first, I want to go to our first guest here, Ken Kremer. He is from Managing Editor Space Up Close. We're going to be talking a little bit about the Trump administration's goal to have 1,000 launches and re-entries annually by 2030. Ken, thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
So Florida's Space Coast logged a record 109 launches in 2025, but expanding national operations to over 1,000 launches and reentries annually by 2030, if my math is correct, requires scaling to roughly 3 missions per day nationwide. So in your opinion, how will infrastructure handle the perhaps intense bottlenecks surrounding propellant pipelines, real-time tracking, and launch pad turnarounds without causing any delays?
Well, the only way this can be done is to build new launch sites all across the country. It'll have to be a USA-wide effort. It's not possible in such a short period of time to launch 1,000 rockets from the Florida Space Coast. You know, other big complex in the U.S. is at Wallops, which is in Virginia. But the biggest other one besides here is in California, Vandenberg Space Force Base. So it'll have to be a very wide effort and will involve a tremendous amount of work in 4 years. You're talking about 4 years. I think that will be a tough slog to achieve. 10 years, yeah. 4 years is highly doubtful. They can certainly do more than what they're doing today. Okay, so it could be doubled or tripled, maybe quadrupled, but you're talking about like 10 times in 4 years. So just to build all that infrastructure, which you laid out, the pads and the pipelines and the propellants, and creating those propellant tank farms, that is all so much work. And then qualifying it and verifying it. It's not like airline operations. We're talking about space flight, always on the edge of disaster. So you can't cut corners, you can't cut safety. So you know, yeah, it's good to be ambitious, but I think that it needs to be a little bit of realism over a longer period of time. I think that can happen. One thing I don't like about this policy, what they have already tried to institute here is trashing all kinds of environmental regulations. 13 regulations they want to trash. It's fine to look at maybe where there are excessive red tape. That's one thing, but to completely destroy the Environmental Protection Acts, clean air, clean water, endangered species, things like that, that's just unacceptable. People are not going to put up with that.
Now, my next question for you. Go ahead.
Okay, we want space to be productive. We want the people to be on the side of space. And so you've got to respect the local infrastructure and the local environment in order to do that. And it can be done. So that's the way I think about it.
Now, my next question for you, the presidential directive explicitly orders the Department of the Interior and DOT to identify new federal lands for additional launch and landing sites. So will opening secondary spaceports in other regions actually reduce congestion at Cape Canaveral, for example? Or in your opinion, will primary commercial operators continue to concentrate their heaviest manifest here on Florida's Space Coast?
As I just said, it has to be an all-of-U.S. effort. It cannot be just focused here. Yeah, I know SpaceX is looking at other pads. in Louisiana, other places in Texas, other places up and down the East Coast. There's also the Kodiak launch facility in Alaska, and there's other states and companies interested in other spots. So it cannot be concentrated here only. It's got to be an all of U.S. effort. That's the only way to accomplish this. And that's actually a good thing, because you want to spread the talent out in case a pad goes down here, like Blue Origin just had an accident with their New Glenn rocket in May. You want to have other pads available. You want to have other commercial companies available. And they're not all located here. So it's good to spread out the talent across the U.S.
And speaking of those commercial space companies, current launch numbers are largely driven by companies like SpaceX and Starlink. Outside of satellite internet and NASA commercial moon and Mars transportation goals, are in-space manufacturing, defense payloads, and commercial science sectors growing rapidly enough to supply thousands of payloads a year?
That's a great question. And the answer to that is no. You need full funding for NASA. You need full funding for the science agencies. Unfortunately, this administration has cut funding for NASA, 25%, cut funding for science at NASA, 50%. So if you're going to have those payloads, and specifically they mentioned pharmaceuticals, I'm a pharmaceutical chemist making medicines to save people's lives, and cancer research. So that needs to be fully funded too, which was also cut. So there's great promise in space. The only way you can do it, though, is fully funding all those science agencies to accomplish great things. So that's going to require the Congress and the president to work together in a bipartisan fashion, the way they did last year, and I hope they will do this year, because we need the best and the brightest. We need science spread across our country, and we don't want a brain drain going out of our country either, which is what actually is happening right now. So that's why you need to fully fund science. Everybody, you, me, everybody you know, benefits 24/7 from medical and cancer research and other NASA research, communication satellites, navigation satellites, those timing satellites for the banks. So that all is going to take a lot of money to do that, develop the payloads and the science that you want to put in orbit and send to the moon and Mars, you know. So I'm all in favor of the rockets and going to the moon and going to Mars. I'm very excited about that since I was a kid. So, you know, this policy is a good thing, but it has to be implemented properly, and we need full funding for science.
And now science, kind of relating to environmental science, a core focus of the directive is to expedite permitting and environmental reviews. And given that the Kennedy Space Center sits inside Merritt Island National Wildlife Refuge, will fast-tracking environmental clearances lead to things like severe local ecological pushback or litigation from conservation groups over things like noise, debris, and habitat disruption?
Yes, that's what I was explaining in my answer to your first question. Exactly. So there's reasonable things that may be red tape that can be put aside, but you can't wholesale get rid of these environmental regulations. The population here and elsewhere won't support that. Tremendous achievements have been made in environmental restoration and control and pollution control over the last 50 years, and we need to keep that ongoing. So, like I said, you want the public on your side, and you're not going to get the public on your side if you pollute the air and the water. Look, here at Cape Canaveral, we have these beautiful beaches, and you don't want to have, and you've got families with kids coming, and that's what they expect, clean air and clean water. And I'm in industry for 30 years. I know we can respect environmental regulations and keep the environment clean and stop pollution. That can all be done. It just takes willpower to do it. But, you know, saying that, you know, we're going to just overturn all the regulations, that's just not acceptable. People will not support space in that case. And that would be a real shame, because we need these companies here. Science is what builds our economy, science and technology, and it gets better every year. And we can keep the environment clean and still launch all these rockets.
And my final question for you.
It's a really ambitious goal, but we'll see how far that gets. It'll be gradual over time.
And my final question for you, Ken, this is kind of relating to things that boost our economy here. Tourism, especially in Orlando and Miami, space operations require locking down wide swaths of airspace, which can delay commercial flights. And for major tourism hubs like here in Orlando, that might not be good. So as the policy mandates designating priority airspace corridors, in your opinion, can the FAA modernize air traffic controls fast enough to integrate near constant rocket traffic without gridlocking Florida's commercial flight routes?
Exactly. I'm glad you asked that question. I've made this point before in other interviews. The airspaces are closed right now for rocket launches. And if you have starships coming here, launching and landing frequently, you're going to have a heavy impact on tourism. People coming in and out of Orlando and the other Central Florida airports is going to have a very negative impact. So that's why I say we got to have the public on our side. People need to work together and figure out to solve these issues, because these are absolute real issues. When the Starship exploded, I have seen these explosions. There were ground stops and flights had to be diverted because of that Starship exploding. People saw this from cruise ships. I saw it from a cruise ship, and planes were diverted. And so it's a real issue, and it needs a real working group together to solve this issue. This is not going to be solved in a moment. And when you're going to launch even more of them, you have even more of an issue. So I'm glad you raised that question. It is a definite concern. People have to work together to work it out. Absolutely. Or you're going to have a negative impact on the economy instead of a positive impact on the economy. And like I said, we want the public on our side for space and science, and we don't want them turning away from it because, now they got to land in another airport or their flight gets canceled. Those are the ramifications.
Ken Kremer, managing editor of Space Up Close, thank you so much for joining us today on Florida Live.
All right. Thank you.
We're going to take a quick break here on Florida Live. When we come back, our Tampa connection with WTVT's Nancy Gay coming up right after this break. Welcome back into Florida Live. I'm Hayden Wiggs. We are joined now by Nancy Gay, Fox 13 senior content producer for our Tampa connection. Nancy, how are you doing this morning there in Tampa?
I'm great. How are you? It's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well. This is our first Tampa connection together. Super excited for everything you have on the docket for us. Tell us a little bit about those stories that you have going on there in Tampa.
Yeah, so our biggest story today in Tampa is one from last night, and that has to do with this massive apartment complex fire that took place in Wesley Chapel, and it impacted 90 units. But because of this fire, over 200 residents are now looking for a place to stay. So firefighters with Pasco County Fire Rescue, they say that this 3-alarm fire was so intense that the stories started almost pancaking down on each other last night. So again, 200 people are without a place to stay right now. The good thing is that nobody was hurt, nobody was killed in this fire, and firefighters, they did manage to rescue dozens of cats and dogs from that blaze. Now, they are still trying to determine what caused this fire to happen. However, officials are telling us that there were a lot of storms moving through the Wesley Chapel area last night, and there was a lot of lightning in the area, so there is speculation that this fire could have been caused by lightning, but we do not know the official cause of this massive fire just yet. So we did have a reporter on scene this morning. We do have another reporter on scene this afternoon, and we are told that a forensics team actually showed up this morning. So everybody, they are still investigating what caused this fire. The American Red Cross has stepped in to help these displaced residents. Again, over 200 people are looking for a new place to stay. We talked to a lot of residents who said that they were able to escape, but they only have the clothes on their back. They lost all of their belongings, but fortunately, nobody was injured, and they were able to rescue dozens of cats and dogs from that fire.
It's great to hear that everyone is all right after that situation, especially the pets. And it has to be hard after any kind of situation like that. But what a blessing for everyone to have made it out okay.
Yeah, it's definitely a blessing. Again, they're still trying to figure out what happened, what caused this fire. And again, the American Red Cross has stepped up to try to help the residents. I mean, again, like you're just at home or maybe not at home, and all of a sudden everything that you had, all of your possessions, everything is gone in an instant. So these people are definitely in need of some help, and the American Red Cross has stepped up. But again, 200 people are displaced today.
I can't imagine what that must be like for those families. And it's amazing that the American Red Cross is stepping in to help them. That's an incredible way of humans helping other humans. I love that.
Yes, yeah, it's definitely good to see that. It's good to see, you know, the community come out and caring for everybody who lost their home. And these pets, again, fortunately, these pets, these cats and dogs were able to make it out. The firefighters were able to get everybody and all their pets out safely. But you also have to remember they do have animals, so there is a need for pet food and pet supplies as well.
So Nancy, tell us about this Largo High story about frosting mirrors to curb tardiness. What can you tell us about that story?
Yeah, so this is happening at Largo High School in both the boys' bathroom as well as the girls' bathroom. Officials at Largo High School said that they frosted the mirrors to curb down on tardiness. They said that students were congregating in the bathrooms and they were spending way too much time socializing as well as primping in front of these mirrors, and it was causing them to be late to class. So the district, they say that this change is already working. They say that tardiness, so far, again, the school year just started, but they say that tardiness is already down by 9% at Largo High School. However, the parents are pushing back on this decision. They argue that these mirrors are necessary for basic hygiene, for things like checking wardrobe issues, for managing feminine care, or simply feeling confident before heading into class. Now, despite the complaints, the school plans to keep the mirrors frosted while they continue monitoring the attendance numbers, and they may come up with a different strategy to prioritize how to get kids to class on time. But so far, they say that this is working, and the officials have noted that there are unfrosted mirrors still available in both the boys and girls locker room, that the frosted mirrors are only being frosted inside of the boys and girls bathrooms. But this is definitely something that's drawing a lot of attention. And again, a lot of the students there are upset about this, as well as their parents.
I mean, I know that in high school, as a girl, going in and fixing your hair, it is a complete confidence changer going into your next period. So that would be very difficult for me as a student to not be able to have that mirror to just go in and fix something super quick. I understand tardiness, but I don't know.
Yeah, this one, I mean, yeah, it was the same way. You want to go in front of that mirror, make sure that everything, you're looking good, your hair is well done, and especially, again, they did say that there are mirrors in the locker rooms, but especially if you have gym class or you have, you know, if you go outside, it's super hot outside, you're sweating, you might have been wearing makeup, especially as a girl, you want to be able to look in the mirror and make sure, you know, is your mascara running, is your makeup running? So this is definitely something that the students are pushing back against, but especially the parents are pushing back against. But again, officials at Largo High School, they say that tardiness has been curbed by 9% so far. And again, the school year just started, so it will be interesting to follow up and to see if they unfrost those mirrors or if they stick with this initial plan.
I'll be interested to see what officials do with that story too. Now, Nancy, this last story really affected me personally as a frequent user of the Publix Express checkout lanes. What's happening with those? They're getting rid of them?
Yes, Publix has decided to get rid of those express checkout lanes that require you to have 10 items or less. And I'll tell you, this has been one of our top stories online all day because a lot of people love that 10 items or less checkout line. And Publix said that they are not doing away, if you want to say, with these express lanes. They are just removing that sign that says 10 items or less, so they won't be enforcing that count. I don't know about you, but I've been in the checkout line at Publix, and sometimes I'm like, that person has way more than 10 items. They need to get into another line. So what Publix is saying is that by eliminating that 10 items or less, that it's giving store employees more flexibility to do things like direct customer traffic, to manage lines, and they say that this will actually cut down on wait time. So officials with Publix, they say that the reason why it may take so long to get through a checkout line isn't so much because of the amount of items that a customer has, but it has to do more with the complexity of the items that they are checking out with. They say that this updated policy, again, removing the 10 items or less from the express checkout, was piloted down in Miami, and now Publix is rolling it out at more than 1,400 supermarkets. You know, and while Publix continues to expand self-checkout options for quick trips, the new policy has already sparked a lot of debate amongst Publix shoppers online, and some argue that without a hard cap like that 10 items or less, the express lanes will actually begin to lose their original intent and just become regular checkout lanes. And they note that simple small orders can now, they were moving through faster, but again, a lot of people in those checkout lines, they had way more than 10 items. And now, despite this update to just having express lanes, Publix says that all standard customer service policies are still in place, including its payment methods and long-standing Publix promise. They say that that will remain unchanged, but again, removing that 10 items or less requirement from the express lane is definitely sparking a lot of debate online, and especially at Publix stores. Some shoppers apparently seem to really like it, while others are like, you know what, it was actually beneficial to be able, if you just had like 3 items, to run through that express lane. So it's definitely something that's,
especially if you're stuck behind someone with like 20 items in their car and there in the express lane. I can see where that would be controversial.
Yes, that has definitely happened to me multiple times, but also I do have to admit that I probably went through that 10 item or less express lane with a few more than 10 items myself, so I can't really fault another person for doing that. But it would be interesting to see what becomes of this, to see if these lanes actually give way to more self-checkout lanes, because those are really popular. And truth be told, that is my preferred way to check out at Publix. So it will be interesting to see if they just keep these now express lanes without the 10 items or less requirement and turn them into regular lanes, or if possibly they turn these into self-checkout lanes.
Nancy Gay, Fox 13 senior content producer, thank you so much for joining us for our Tampa Connection.
Thank you.
Coming now back into our studio, we have Fox 35 meteorologist Laurel Blanchard. Hey.
Hello, this is exciting.
I know, we're gonna have so much fun talking about the weather. Now, what's going on out there? I heard earlier from TJ we're not in a heat advisory anymore, which is pretty exciting for me personally. I am so tired of this heat. I don't know about you.
Oh my goodness. This is, I feel like, the first day I feel like I have walked out the door and not instantly sweat, because listen, I'm trying to take care of plants. I've been trying to take my dog out for a walk every single day, and I've had to do that at like 6:30, 7 o'clock before it gets too hot out there. And this is, I think, the first day that I felt like I've walked outside and I haven't looked like a little sweaty raccoon because my entire face is melted for just being outside for 5 minutes.
And it's the little things, I walked out of here yesterday and I just immediately felt this cloud of humidity. It was awful.
But listen, my mind's already on the weekend, and it's actually going to feel more comfortable. I don't know how it feels like temperatures going from 112 to about 100 is more comfortable, but there's a difference, and you'll be able to feel that difference coming up this weekend. And good news is it's not going to be a total washout of a weekend either. You're going to have some time to spend outside, so if you're heading to the theme parks, the beaches, it's going to be a good weekend to do so. Maybe a little bit of a delay. I kind of call it a mandatory Florida break with those afternoon and evening thunderstorms. But other than that, it's going to be a nice weekend overall. Not too bad.
Well, let's get into it. What do you have for us?
Bring it on. Okay, taking a look out there right now. We're seeing a couple of storms. Here's a live look over our Ocala camera. We are seeing a couple of storms out there. If you take a look at the right-hand side of your screen, a little bit of a thunderstorm kind of working its way across the region, but nowhere near as busy as what we were seeing this time yesterday. This time yesterday, severe thunderstorm warnings were already popping up. Special weather statements were already popping up. Total 180 from what we're seeing out there right now. A couple of storms in Gainesville, Ocala, and we'll slowly start to see more of these storms kind of pick up a little bit later on in the day. I know tonight is a Mickey's Not So Scary Halloween at Walt Disney World at the Magic Kingdom. So if you are planning on heading to that, looks like a decent night for that. I wouldn't be surprised if there was a storm maybe just as the party is starting. So just make sure you are being aware of that. Maybe try to go maybe like an hour later, half hour later, so you don't get that costume too soggy as you are enjoying tonight. But this weekend, it's going to be very typical Florida. Afternoon and evening thunderstorms, but things are going to be scattered. Like the past couple of days, we've had a widespread rain, lots of powerful storms, and this weekend we're going to see things kind of mellow out a little bit. The sea breezes are still going to be picking up thunderstorms, so heads up as you do have plans throughout the afternoon and evening. Storms will be out and about, but it's not going to be a total washout of a weekend by any means. So here's kind of the trend. We're going to see the western sea breeze really take control over this weekend. So if you are west of Orlando, you're going to most likely see more of those scattered storms. East of Orlando, you have a better chance of seeing those storms coming up for this weekend. So as we do take a look, here is the models of what we can see, at least for the rest of the weekend and into the start of the weekend. We're going to be seeing, at least for the next couple of hours, just very spotty storms. Once we head into about the 6, 7 o'clock hour, a couple more of those storms going to be picking up right along Volusia, Brevard County coastlines, and then things should pretty much quiet down by about 11 o'clock tonight. Fast forwarding to tomorrow, start of the weekend for your Saturday. If you have any plans to start off, I'm personally a farmer's market girl, I'll take the dog for a walk, especially in the mornings. Things are looking good. Then once we head into about 12:30 tomorrow afternoon, tomorrow evening, things are going to be spotty to start, but then we'll see a couple more storms with a little bit of an extra oomph in there once we take a look ahead towards later on Saturday evening, but not a washout by any means all weekend long, taking a look ahead. But good news, and I think the thing that I'm most excited for, is the heat finally broke. We had 11 days of heat advisories straight, which is a new record, especially for the Melbourne office. This heat was brutal, and it's finally starting to back down. Yeah, we have a couple more of those showers kind of sneaking in there, but I will absolutely trade that for the brutal heat that we were feeling for the past couple days. And genuinely, there is a difference between 112 and 100 degrees, and we'll continue to feel that as temperatures are actually pretty seasonable for this time of year. Taking a look at the next 7 days, we'll see those highs linger right around the low 90s. So not a bad weekend overall.
You know, I cannot lie. I am loving seeing that number underneath 112, 115 in some parts of Florida. It's been insane, but luckily it looks like it's coming down a bit. Maybe some more bearable temperatures for us Floridians here.
Yes, and I feel like I've been here for 2 years now, kind of feel like I'm getting used to the heat little by little. This totally made me feel like I am not worthy of being a Floridian whatsoever. Like, this was incredible heat, and 2026 is on track to be one of the hottest summers on record just because of this stretch. So if that just doesn't tell you how hot it is, I don't know what does.
Well, hopefully the worst is behind us, Laurel. I know I'm hoping that. I'm sure you are too.
Me too, because I don't know if I can deal with any more of that heat. Really going to be focusing in on the tropics though, because it looks like over the next 2 weeks, tropics seem to be waking up, and we'll have more details coming up on that tonight at 5 and 6.
Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Laurel Blanchard, we really appreciate you being here.
Thank you so much. This was fun. Let's do it again sometime soon.
Absolutely. We are going to go to break here on Florida Live, but we will be right back with more coverage. We actually got a chance to speak with Commissioner Bill Carlson, a Tampa City Council member, about the Tampa Rays stadium deal that is upcoming. We'll have that for you next after this break. live now to the trial of Jalen Edgar, the man accused of killing 2 people on Halloween night at a downtown Orlando block party. Here we are seeing evidence video from Jalen Edgar being questioned by police the night of the shooting. We're going to listen in now.
Like, no, it's just like a regular day. Like, holidays feel like a regular day now. You know, it's crazy. I don't know. I don't remember when Easter came. This year, I don't think nobody celebrated Easter this year at all. I don't think they just skipped over Easter. Yes, they changed the date for Easter. I got you. I don't know, it's weird, but I don't know. Holidays now, I don't even feel the spirit for holidays. I just feel like it's a regular day. Gotcha. And I'm like, I'm gonna even go out. I'll just go out tonight. So, Jalen, I want to read you something, okay? And I got to have you say that you understand it, okay, if you do. Yeah. Okay? Right to rights. Yeah, you got to read them. And when we do this, and I want to let you know your rights. I want to make sure that you understand them, okay?
The most important thing that we do, right?
You got to be able to understand your rights, okay, before we question you. All right, you have the right to remain silent. Do you understand? Yeah. Anything you say may be used against you in court. Do you understand? Mm-hmm. You have the right to talk to a lawyer before and during questioning. Do you understand?
Is that a yes, honey?
Yes. What? You have a right to talk to a lawyer before and during questioning. Do you understand? Yeah, I understand. Okay. If you cannot afford a lawyer and want one will be provided for you before questioning without charge. Do you understand? Mm-hmm. Yes? Yeah, I understand. Okay. Has anyone threatened you or promised you anything to get you to talk to me? No. Okay, so can we talk about what happened? This whole incident, how we ended up here. Tell me where this night started at first. The very beginning of this night. I don't even know, I don't even know, man. Well, then you came down in a Camry, right? Like a red Camry? No, wrong person. Okay, all right. Red car, nah. Oh, I thought it was a red Camry that you came to. No? Okay, so you're coming down for Halloween, obviously. You're in downtown Orlando. Yeah. Okay, so you're downtown Orlando. You're not dressed up as anything. It's Halloween. I stopped dressing up when I was 13. Yeah? I ain't dressed up since I was 13. Okay, so just come to hang out then? You were going to dress up as anything? Yeah, I'm just coming to hang out. All my homeboys, my best friend was down there. Everybody was none that I knew I was close with. So like, I can't just go see nobody at their house and their house, everybody out, everybody downtown. I don't even go downtown, but I'm like, man, tonight, I'm just go out. What was it like tonight? Was it pretty, a good time? It was cool, whatever. I don't really like being around a lot of people. It was a lot of people out there, like, packed. It was packed. It absolutely was like that for real. I'm like, man. So what bars did you go to? Did you go hang out? I know you're 17, but sometimes people try and get in bars even when they're 17 young. I don't even go to bars. I ain't gonna lie. I never went to bars in my life. No. Never. Okay. All right, so you're just hanging out, walking around, talking to people? Walking the strip, just walking around. Who are you hanging out with? You said your boys are down here. Who are your boys? They from Broward. My boys from Broward. They ain't from down here. I don't really like associate myself from down here for real. Really? So like my best friend, she's from here, but she from here, but she lives in Chicago, so I consider her as from Chicago. Did she come downtown with you? No, she come downtown with me. I just met her down there. Like everybody went down there, so I'm like, oh, I call this person, where you at? What you doing? Downtown. Right, what do you call her? What, does she have a nickname or do you just call her by her real name? I call her Jayla. Jayla, do you know her last name? No, just Jayla? Yeah. Okay. So Jayla's downtown, you guys are hanging out, and you're walking around having a good time, and there's a ton of people. This is like, downtown, like, normally it's like, okay, like, this part is probably deep, and this part is probably like 11 people. Downtown, every part of downtown was packed. Like, you can't just walk around free. You got ready to, like, squeeze through people, like, the whole time. So it's like, we just walking the money. I'm tall, so like I stand out more than anybody. We just walking and talking. I just hear something, and I just see people like bumping me, running to me. So I fall. You know, I got tripped. I just fell on the ground, and the police just grabbed me. I'm like, what the fuck y'all doing? Like, somebody just tripped me. Like, what the hell? They grab me and shit, put me in handcuffs and shit. I'm like, but what the fuck is going on? Like, what the hell y'all doing? Like, real shit, I'm over here walking and shit. I'm walking, you know, we're talking. She like, are you really good? I'm like, yeah. We just hear shots and shit. I'm like, I'm good. The next thing I knew, like, people running past me and shit. They trying to run, like, get out of the way and shit. So I'm still in my mind, like, it's clear that something just happened, but it really didn't process all the way.
And we do apologize there for that foul language coming from this interrogation video. This is a live court video, and viewer discretion is advised.
Police everywhere, like, what the fuck? So I'm like, I'm not really thinking nothing really happened for real, because who the fuck really dumb enough to really, you feel me? So I'm like, what the hell? I just got tripped. When I came out, people, I got tripped. I got tripped 3 times. I got up. I tried to walk, tripped again. I got up, tried to run, then I got tripped again. I'm like, what the fuck? Now somebody tripped me on purpose. Somebody tripped me on purpose now. Last time I got tripped, police just got.
Where was that at? Where were you getting tripped at?
I can't even really, I don't really know.
Like the main corridor of downtown is usually like orange.
Yeah, I don't really even know.
So like Orange and Central, Orange and Washington, Orange and South Street.
I don't know where I was, bro.
You don't know where you were?
I don't know, man. I got up, and every time I got up, I went back to the ground. Like, damn, man, somebody doing this shit on purpose. Somebody doing this shit on purpose. Right?
So you think they were just trying to trip you?
Nah, not religiously, though. I didn't even try to run, but I'm just saying, like, you feel me? They green as hell for that. They was just tricking me and shit. Nah,
why were they running? Why were they?
I don't even, bro. We walking and shit, and I just heard, if you in a big-ass crowd with a lot of people, if you hear some shit go off, for real, you're not gonna really hear it like that, because it's a lot of names. You got people talking, yelling, so it's like, I just, like, it's not loud though. So it's fine. It's like it's in the distance. It's not. I really heard I heard like 7 or 8, but I heard it. I'm like, I'm really trying to like listen for real. I stopped walking. I'm like.
It does look like the feed there died in that trial video. We are going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we will be right back with you. Welcome back into Florida Live. I'm Hayden Wiggs. Tampa City Commissioner Bill Carlson said he would vote in favor of the Tampa Bay Rays stadium deal, and the Tampa Bay City Council did plan a vote for next Thursday, August 27th, contingent on deal documents being released publicly. Hillsborough County Planning Commission will lead a development impact study, and we actually got to speak with Commissioner Carlson. Fox 35's Johnny Jackson did this interview, and we're going to hear directly from the commissioner what made him vote in favor of this stadium deal.
Part of it was procedural, just putting something on the agenda. We have to put something on the agenda at least a week before so that the public will have notice. We did put a caveat on there because we have not seen the contract draft yet. And we put a caveat that they have to have it in by 5 o'clock today. If they don't get it by 5 o'clock today, then we'll move it by another week.
If the Rays aren't able to get those documents to the city council by 5 o'clock tonight, it's more of a delay versus the deal's off.
Yeah, the final deadline for city council rules is to have documents in by 5 o'clock. And the reason is that we need to read them and the public needs to read them. And so far, none of us have seen them. And that's because the negotiations are still ongoing, even right now. So hopefully they will get in there soon. If they don't have it by 5 o'clock, we'll just reschedule it for another date.
Is there a level of concern that the city council and the public hasn't seen the final documents yet?
Yeah, I've been asking for the documents for several weeks because I thought the public should have a chance to see a rough draft and then give feedback on it and then edit it from there. I don't like it that I'm only going to have 7 days to look at it, but unfortunately, this happens a lot in city government. Most of the contracts that we approve, we only see on the Friday before.
And as far as the Rays development in itself, Tampa's portion from the documents that we've seen would be about $180 million to go towards the stadium, but not the surrounding ballpark village district. What is it about this deal that is enticing to you specifically?
Yeah, that number, by the way, is kind of out, and there's a different handout that I can go through if you want. I happen not to be a baseball fan, sorry, and I have family members and friends that are baseball fans. And so my interest is to try to satisfy the issues that our constituents are facing. And so that really is tied up with the other CRA. So if we can extend community redevelopment areas in other parts of the city that badly need them, and if we can bring money to the real urgent crisis that we have in our city, which is upgrading infrastructure citywide, that's roads, sidewalks, parks, and flood prevention, then I can potentially support something. If it's just a subsidy for a sports team, I'm not interested.
And what is the updated numbers and stuff that you've seen?
Well, instead of a set number, originally they wanted the community investment tax money. That's part of the sales tax from the city. And instead, they're going to take what I'm calling an advance against their share of the property tax that will be generated from the project. So I'm calling it tax revenue sharing. We're sorry to get technical, but we're going to create a TIF, which is a tax increment financing area around the project. And so the property taxes in the project will be collected. And then that money will be split 3 ways: city, county, and a CDD, community development district, that provides a higher level of public scrutiny and public oversight to how the money will be spent. And it can only be spent on infrastructure that will ultimately be owned by the city, county, or the state. So the city and the county will benefit from the property taxes plus potentially sales taxes and other things. And then then part of it will go into the CDD. None of the city money will go to the Rays. It will only go to the CDD, only to be spent on infrastructure. And the way it will be structured is performance based. So in the beginning, the CDD will get very little, but as they hit certain thresholds of property tax value, the CDD percentage will go up. So originally they were estimating $8 billion in property tax value. If it exceeds that, they will potentially the CDD will get more than was anticipated. But if they do less, and for the years that they're doing less, they will get less. It's not a set amount from the city anymore.
So you just heard from Tampa City Commissioner Bill Carlson on why he chose to vote for that Tampa Bay Rays stadium deal. We're going to take a break here on Florida Live, and when we come back, HHN is just 1 week away, and we're going to speak to an expert about all of the food and beverage and houses that are coming to Universal Orlando. Welcome back into Florida Live. Halloween Horror Nights is just 1 week away. With us here, we have Matt Prever from HHN Speculation. Matt, how are you doing today, Matt? Are you super excited about Halloween Horror Nights?
Absolutely. I'm doing great. We're just a week away. It's incredibly exciting. Thank you so much for having me today.
Thank you so much for being here. And now let's talk the houses that are coming this year. I know for me, I am super excited about Sinners. That movie is incredible. That house, it's kind of giving Darkest Deal from a couple of years ago. So what houses have you seen details from that you're super excited about, or you think anyone going to Halloween Horror Nights should be excited about?
Absolutely. Not to give too much away, but today I actually had an exciting opportunity to do an Unmasking the Horror tour. So these tours allow you to actually go inside the houses and you can take some pictures and you get a lot of cool information from an incredible tour guide. But I had the chance to check out Hellraiser, Invasion, Alien Abduction, and HR Blood and Guts presents a Halloween Fright-tacular. And let me tell you, all three of them were amazing. Absolutely, Hellraiser was the standout. Again, I don't want to spoil too much, but if you've seen those movies, they follow that franchise to a T. They did a great job playing homage, and I can't wait to see it, with actors and everything. As for Alien Abduction, this is one of those smaller tents, but they did a great job creating these expansive scenes. You hardly can tell that you're in a tent. And then HR Blood and Guts as well. There's so many throwbacks to past Halloween Horror Nights events and so much more. Keep your eye out for all those little Easter eggs. But those are the three houses I got a chance to check out today. But honestly, I'm so excited to see the rest, and I can't believe we're so close.
I can't believe it either. It feels like just yesterday we were there for last year's event, and this is an anniversary year, which kind of can explain some of those Easter eggs and little hints back to classic characters. What other things can we see that are nods to older attractions for this big anniversary year? You already mentioned a couple of characters, HR Blood and Guts. Are there any others that fans of the event can look forward to seeing?
Absolutely. So all around the event this year, it looks like we're going to have a bunch of our different icons from the past visiting. So Universal obviously has said Jack the Clown and Dr. Oddfellow, they are going to be there at the center of it all. They are the ringmasters for the Infernal Carnival of Nightmares. And then there's going to be some other icons as well. Members from Universal have confirmed that we'll see the usher up at the front. He'll be handing out tickets. We'll be seeing Cindy Kane. She's going to get her moment in the spotlight. This is the caretaker's daughter. And as well, we'll also see the caretaker along with her. Chance will be there as well, and Eddie. We've seen Chance and Eddie in some of the merchandise, pretty much confirming their presence at this year's event. So, there's going to be all of those iconic characters that everyone knows and loves. And, I'm really excited to just get a chance to meet them, interact with them, and maybe learn a little bit more about the lore. We'll see what happens with this year.
I know that fans are really excited to see some of that lore get explained a little bit more this year in an anniversary year. I know that I'm personally excited to see Jack the Clown and Dr. Oddfellow return. So very big and exciting thing. There are also some really big tentpole franchises, like you mentioned, Hellraiser, which fans have been begging for years. But another house that we haven't mentioned, the Stranger Things house, that's coming for, what is it, a fifth time now for that new season. What can fans expect to see from those franchise houses? Is it like the joy of being immersed in your favorite series? What have you seen from these houses?
I haven't seen anything yet from inside of Stranger Things 5, but, if anything from the past Stranger Things houses tells us what we're going to see, with that first one, the Stranger Things 1 house, it was incredible. It followed that season perfectly, and that continued with the second Stranger Things house where they did seasons 2 and 3. That was more of an expansive ultra house. And then, of course, with the last one that they did, which was based on season 4, we followed really Vecna through that whole house. And, I'm really excited to see what they do with this fifth one. Obviously, the Stranger Things houses with the fans, it's been a little hit or miss. But I have full faith that they're going to deliver with this one. I think we're going to enter the hive mind. We're going to enter the upside down. We're going to see all these different locations that we know and love from the show. And I think that this is just going to be an absolutely massive house. I expect this one to have an incredibly long line, along with Sinners and Hellraiser and all those IPs, Ozzy Osbourne as well. But yeah, no, I'm very excited to just see these different characters. And, it's going to be the last time. And there's also the Stranger Things Lagoon show, Return to Hawkins. Very excited for that. There's going to be the music and projections all along the lagoon. It's going to be a really cool year. If you are a fan of Stranger Things, this definitely seems like a great event for you.
Now, we are talking shows a little bit there with that Lagoon show. What about Nightmare Fuel, the acrobatics and stunt show that people line up to see every year, these long queues waiting to get into that theater? What do we know about the show that is going in that space this year?
Yeah, absolutely. You mentioned that queue. It actually was set up today. The queue is all set up. They are ready for the fans. It looks massive. As for the show, not too much has been shared. We know that, it's going to involve different vampires and obviously all the different things that you know and love from Nightmare Fuel in the past, your acrobatics and your effects and fire and, everything that we all love. But like I said before, not too much has been shared. Fuel Girls haven't really shared too much either. So, it's going to be interesting to see. I'm very excited to see it. We'll see what happens next week.
Now, I know one thing that I personally very much enjoy about Halloween Horror Nights, the special food and drink offerings. Have you gotten to try any of those foods yet at that event that you went to? Or are you going in blind to this event, waiting to try every little thing like you're some culinary expert, giving everyone your opinion on what it is that they're serving this year?
Yeah, absolutely. So today we were very lucky. Today was the very first day that they had the menus out. So we did get a quick glimpse at all the different food and drink offerings that will be available for this year. I still need to go through them all. There were so many. However, we did get a little lucky when we were walking by one of the food booths. They did give us the fried pickles and the twisted tater chips, both very well done. Really enjoyed both of them. But I'm excited to try the rest of them. I really am going in blind as far as the rest of the food goes. I saw just sort of different things. There's a Stranger Things chicken and waffles that looked really good. Hellraiser had a few different, they had like this pork dish that sounded really cool. I'm excited to try it all. We'll see what happens in a week or so. But I'm really going in blind, and I'm ready to give those reviews for everybody.
Matt Prever, HHN Speculation. Matt, thank you so much for joining us to talk about Halloween Horror Nights.
Thank you so much for having me.
We are out of time here on Florida Live. We are going to have so much more on Fox 35 News Plus, and we will be right back with you right at the top of the hour for more interviews and news. See you then.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back to Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Hayden Wiggs. Thank you so much for joining us. Some residents and businesses in Daytona want to secede and join Ormond Beach. Fox 35 reporter Chris Lindsay is going to give us some more information about what exactly is happening down there in Daytona.
Well, there's a group of people who live here in Daytona Beach who say they're frustrated with how things have been handled within the city. They believe their frustrations and concerns aren't being heard or dealt with properly by leadership. So they're pushing to have a section of the city removed from Daytona Beach's jurisdiction and annexed into Ormond Beach. They're essentially focused on the area that is beachside, and they've submitted paperwork to the Ormond Beach mayor and to Daytona Beach leadership to make this happen. Hear from some of those residents as they explain why.
No attention is being spent on this area right here. It's all on the west side. It's all going west on LPGA corridor. We've been neglected here for 28 years.
We don't want to live this way. And if the city, we feel that the city won't fix it because they've been neglecting all this area. And this has a lot of potential.
I also reached out to the mayor of Ormond Beach, Jason Leslie, who says he was shocked when he received the paperwork.
I'm really thankful that they were thinking of us. But I just hope that these individuals can, continue working with their city leaderships and hope that they can come to some kind of resolution here, because I think that's really what's important here. And so I hope they continue those conversations if they haven't had those conversations, or if they do continue those conversations, so that they can, all work with each other to make their community a better place to live too.
Obviously, this is a massive move, and if it were to move forward, it would take the approval of both Ormond Beach city leadership as well as Daytona Beach city leadership. I reached out to the Daytona Beach mayor as well as the city commissioner, whose constituents are in this area, and I haven't heard back just yet.
And that is Fox 35 reporter Chris Lindsay giving us an insight into what's happening there in Daytona as some residents seek to secede from the city. Now, the Federal Reserve minutes were released today. A lot of interesting information coming from those minutes. The Fed held the benchmark federal funds rate steady at a 3.50% to 3.75% by a 9-3 vote. Now, all three of those dissenting votes preferred a 25 basis point rate hike, arguing that inflation remains well above the 2% target. Now, 0 members argued for a rate cut. The minutes noted that many participants assessed that further rate hikes would likely be necessary if inflation fails to step down, citing upside-down risks such as ongoing tariffs, high energy costs, and war-related uncertainties in the Middle East. Now, this is a lot of information for normal people to kind of parse through. I know that I am not exactly a Federal Reserve expert, but the good news is that we can speak to someone who is. So joining us here today, we have Dr. Rebel Cole, a Lynn Eminent Scholar, chaired professor of finance. Dr. Cole, thank you so much for joining us today to kind of talk about these minutes.
My pleasure to be here.
So my first question for you, is the Fed legitimately laying the groundwork for a rate increase, or are they using hawkish rhetoric here to prevent financial markets from easing too early?
Inflation has been above the Fed's 2% target for more than 5 years now. The Powell Fed back in 2022 allowed inflation to get out of control, and it rose up to 9%. And since then, inflation price levels are up about 20% because of that. So the Powell Fed was forced to raise the Fed funds rate by 500 basis points from essentially 0 to 5%. And that got inflation back down under control, but only to about 3%, which is still a full percentage point above the Fed's target. So there's still a lot of heavy lifting to do. And a lot of the FOMC members, at least those three, and evidently some more are wavering, would like to see a rate hike to help bring down inflation.
So my next question for you about inflation regarding it, officials described inflation as elevated and their outlook for it as, quote, highly uncertain with risks skewed to the upside. What do you make of this, and how much control does the Fed actually have over these specific cost pressures through interest rate policy?
Well, a lot of the concerns about inflation right now are due to the hostilities in the Middle East, which have led to the elevation of oil prices from the 50s into the 80s and potentially 100. Those are short-term shocks to price levels, and as oil returns to its normal level, as the hostilities cease, we'll see those sort of recede. But that is where the uncertainty lies. There's once prices start going up, it's hard, they're sticky going but downward. So the policymakers are really concerned about allowing inflation to get out of control due to these pressure from energy prices.
And while the committee ultimately kept that benchmark rate in the 3.5% to 3.75% range, 3 regional Fed presidents dissented in favor of a 25 basis point hike where 0 Board of Governors agreed with them. What do you think of this divergence that we're seeing here between regional bank presidents and Washington-based governors? What does that tell us about different parts of the Fed and how they view persistent inflation risks like we talked about?
This is a very different Fed, the Warsh Fed, where he allows dissent. Powell would not allow dissent. And so you virtually never saw dissent. You might see 1 dissenting vote. Now we have 3, and we're likely to have more than that. But we might actually have a majority dissenting, which they basically rule the interest rate decision. So this is a good thing, I think, allowing to have the healthy discussion of Warsh Fed we haven't seen before in quite a long time.
And talking about Chairman Warsh, he actually proposed reducing the annual schedule from 8 meetings down to 6. And so, in your eyes, what is the practical strategy behind this? And could fewer meetings increase market volatility between these decisions?
Well, right now they're every 6 weeks, so I guess that would cut them down to every 8 weeks, every 2 months. I don't see that as being a big change. And it might be helpful that we wouldn't have so many of these worrying about what's the Fed going to do next. It might be a good thing altogether.
And with state and national job data showing a clear cooling trend, is the Fed at risk of holding rates high for too long and perhaps triggering broader employment damage?
This is the real conundrum. The last job market report was extremely weak. The Fed has what's called a dual mandate to keep prices stable and also to maximize employment. The Powell Fed erred on the side of unemployment and allowed inflation to get out of hand. I don't think Warsh is going to make the same mistake, but it definitely warrants close attention. This is why Warsh always says he's going to be driven by the data. So they're going to be watching that very carefully. The futures market was pricing in almost a certainty of a rate hike in the next meeting until that jobs report came in. And now it's dropped from 60, 70% chance to only about 30% chance. My bet is there will be no rate hike at the next meeting. So I think they're going to take a wait and see attitude until we get some more data on the labor market.
And kind of speculating a little bit more about things the committee acknowledged, they did acknowledge that home purchase activity remains severely depressed due to elevated borrowing costs. And so, in your opinion, is the Fed explicitly willing to tolerate, I suppose you would say, a prolonged housing slowdown to tame inflation?
I have a 3% mortgage. I know a lot of people who have 3%, sub 3% mortgages. Mortgage rates have been above 6% for several years now. I don't know when we're going to see a 3% mortgage again in my lifetime. Maybe we'll see 5. 4 is going to be tough. But I think people are just going to have to get used to this. Was the normal. Before 2008, and when they started the zero interest rate policy, a 6% treasury and a 6% mortgage were normal. This may just be the new normal.
And thinking ahead like you have been, what specific shift in tone or guidance should we listen for when central bankers meet at the Jackson Hole Symposium? And what is the single biggest data point that you think will kind of dictate what the Fed does next?
As I said, I would be watching what the policymakers say about this trade-off between their dual mandate, their concerns about the labor market versus about inflation. And as far as the data point to watch, the data point is going to be the next jobs report, which will come out in the first week of next month.
And my last question for you, I know it's sometimes hard to pinpoint a speculative part of these things, but in terms of predictions, what is your base case prediction for where the benchmark interest rate might end up by the end of this year?
That's a tough one. If the job market, the labor market stabilizes, I would see at least 1 rate hike before the end of the year and possibly more. And possibly another 1 or 2 next year. The Fed is serious about getting inflation under control, and I think they're going to continue to try and get that. Inflation is the cruelest tax of all. Short-term pain in the form of higher rates is better for long-term gain.
Dr. Rebel Cole, Lynn Eminent Scholar, Chaired Professor of Finance, we really appreciate you joining us today to help us break down this report.
My pleasure.
We are going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus. When we come back, we'll have a few more things for you. We were able to speak today with someone from Orlando City, kind of previewing that match. Again, that is going to be happening tonight. We will get that interview for you right after this break right here on Fox 35 News Plus.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back to Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Hayden Wiggs. Orlando City is set to play Real Salt Lake tomorrow at Interco Stadium at 7:30 p.m. Pretty big game coming up for those teams as they're both coming off of losses. The Lions have struggled with defensive consistency and are dealing with injuries to key defensive options. The backline relies heavily on Captain Robin Jansen to anchor the defense alongside David Bacallo and Adrian Marin. So earlier today, Fox 35's Aaron Page got to speak with Carlos Mauricio Ramirez, a play-by-play announcer for MLS on Apple TV, to kind of talk about what this game tomorrow might look like.
Carlos, talk to me about the anticipations for this game today. What's going through your head when you look at these two teams and their profile?
Well, two teams that come from defeats. RSL had a great game against Dallas last weekend. They were on the losing end of that stick or that match against Dallas, but they're a very good team. I wonder if they're going to rotate a lot on that starting 11 because they do have Leagues Cup and Major League Soccer to deal with. The other side is Orlando City. Again, they've been much better defensively post World Cup, but they gave up 2 goals against Chicago Fire at home, so they need to win this game. I don't expect that much turnover on Coach Peterman's starting 11, so it's going to be a very interesting matchup between two different styles, but the same need to get 3 points.
Talk to us about that. Orlando City's been coming off of, lots of losses this season, or a couple of losses this season, and a lot of it can be credited to that kind of gap in their defense. Talk to us about what they really need to do to face Salt Lake later.
Yeah, great question. I mean, they have allowed the most goals in MLS with 50, but since the World Cup break, they've been better. If you go back at some of the games post-World Cup, the scoreboards hasn't been that bad. They beat San Jose 4-0 in the first Griezmann game in San Jose. Another clean sheet against Nashville. That's a great offense. They do give up 3 goals against Red Bulls. That's a different offense to deal with. Then they have Monterrey with 1 goal. They allowed 2 against Leon. So it's been up and down. I think physicality is one of the problems they have to address. Is sometimes over physicality, sometimes it's under physicality. They need to find the proper amount of that in the game. The other one is just tactical and having the reps with Coach Perelman. He hasn't been allowed because of time constraints, not anything different. But the more repetitions he has with his players, you can see the evolution of the idea that he wants to bring to the table. So I think just time and repetition will do wonders for the Orlando City defense. And again, being more effective, less mistakes. The 2 goals against Chicago Fire were indicative, I should say, of clear mistakes made in specific points of the match. If they can clean that up against what I expect would be a very different side of RSL, Real Salt Lake, and we'll see this Saturday, they should come up with the win.
They say.
And you see, you'll usually see Orlando City kind of struggle with that really aggressive press.
Yeah.
And we know that Real Salt Lake likes to press high and disrupt build-up play as their main strategy. Do you think, can Orlando City's central midfield kind of put a stop to that? Or do you think it kind of lies on that defense that we've seen struggle so much this season?
Great question. I think it depends on who starts the game for both teams. I'm really curious to see what Pablo Mastroeni does with Salt Lake, understanding that they have, like I said, the 2 competitions ahead of them. Does he rotate? It was so hot. I called that RSL game against Dallas. It was scorching hot up in Sandy, Utah. So I'm guessing he'll want to rotate some of those players just to keep them fresh. If that's the case, who do they bring in that specific spot of the field? They lost Emeka Eneli to injury. That's their big muscle guy up the middle in their double pivot. So they've been rotating with Pablo Ruiz, the Argentine, Noel Kauskan, the German, and Steng Spearings, the Dutch. None of them are really muscle-first players. They're more touch and feel, more cerebral, less muscle. I think Ruiz might be the most physically imposing midfielder. So depending on what combination of RSL players habitate that part of the field or the pitch, I want to see how Orlando reacts. And do we see Cartagena in there? Do we see a Tuesta? Do we see them both together? Whatever combination happens, I think will dictate the outcome of the game.
Do you think that Martin Ojeda and his creative potential, how much do you think that can contribute to that to their strategy to this game?
Well, first of all, I want to see how healthy he is. That's a concern. And we know Brian Ojeda is hurt. Let's see what Martin Ojeda can do. But if injury prevails, then we won't know. I think the big quota of creativity for this team right now relies upon the shoulders of Antoine Griezmann. He is head and shoulders above everyone else, not just in the club, but I think 95%, maybe more, of MLS players. So if he can understand the creative idea of Coach Perelman and bring it to life, I think the Lions should be fine.
And I want to also talk a little bit about Antoine Griezmann because, as we've seen, he's been a great blessing for this team. Although we have struggled to kind of push past that final third and really, clinch those victories. How much more do you think he needs to do to really push Orlando City towards becoming a team that's vying for the playoffs?
Well, he's 35, so you never want to put too much on the plate of a 35-year-old player, even if his name is Messi or Cristiano or Mbappe, whoever the player would be. That's not an exception for Griezmann as well. He just got here. His body, he did have the break, which is good, the World Cup break. He had the mini Orlando preseason, but you're asking a player who right now would be starting, like if you compare to La Liga, Atletico Madrid had their first game a couple of days ago that they won at home. That would have been Antoine's first game since the World Cup. He's had much more than that since he joined Orlando City. So he had a really small break, and now the team's asking a lot of him. So He's a transcendent player. He makes everyone better. I just don't think it's smart with the conditions here, with the heat, the humidity, to put too much on Antoine's plate because he just might break down at some point.
And we've talked about the physicality of these players and as well as the conditions as well. How much do you think that heat and humidity really plays into it?
Oh, it's so much of a big. It's such a big deal, such a big deal. It dictates pace, it dictates rotations, it dictates how you think. The way a human body reacts to just a couple degrees of heat exhaustion on your brain and how you make better or poor decisions based solely on fatigue is immense. So a game like this, I think it's not just who runs better or more. I think is who's able to stay more hydrated so he or they can think better. This, I think, will be a thinking man's. Soccer always is. But this specific match with two physically exhausted teams that came off of grueling matchups, one against Chicago, the other one against Dallas, both off defeats. They both want to prove a point. They both want to get back to adding 3 points, which is fine. But it's going to be a short week for both from exhaustion. Plus, Orlando had the delay because of the weather conditions a couple of days ago. So what does that do for their body and the way they recover from that match against Chicago? I think it will be, such a big factor in the game, how it's played, how the coaches manage their subs, who thinks the game better. It's going to be a protagonist absolutely on Saturday.
And I want to talk a little bit about Real Salt Lake because they've been scoring a lot. Their attacking metrics are great, and a 7-goal banger match against Dallas last time. Do you think that, or what is the single biggest factor keeping them away from turning those really strong performances into wins?
That's a great question. One, I think they just lost because they sold their best player. Xavier Gozo sold to Crystal Palace is great for them as an organization because it proves that Real Salt Lake can develop players of that stature and sell them to the best league on the planet. But the flip side is they lost their best player, or one of their best player, period. So when you lose a right wing back on a 3-back line system, that creates problems. And to make matters worse, the guy who was subbing in for him, Zach Booth, just got hurt for 8 weeks. So they have to replace another piece, right? So they're scrambling. And now they're being the victims of their own success because of how well they did in Leagues Cup. So now they have to flip back and forth with a shortened squad because of both injuries and the sell of Xavier Gozo. So I think being depleted by injuries has been a significant problem. They lost Ari Piol to the season with an Achilles. They've lost a couple of players. Emeka Anelli up the middle, also gone. Justin Glad has been hurt as well. So it's a combination. Having said that, I think when their roster is full, and we saw that full complement of weapons against Dallas, they're a very dangerous team when they're mentally locked into the game. When they have these, what Pablo Mastroeni calls pockets of losing focus, when they just lose concentration. When those pockets happen, most teams are able to take advantage of RSL. It happened against Dallas. RSL had the ball more. They were aggressive. They were effective. If not for Sirois, the Dallas goalkeeper, they would have won that game. But when they have those many pockets of just losing focus, Dallas was able to hit them more than once. They scored many goals over the 4, either by counterattacks or mistakes or misjudgments, or just by not being in the right place at the right time. So I think it's a combination of things. Injuries, the departure of Gozo to Premier League, but mainly is those, again, pockets of lack of concentration.
And we will see again in tomorrow's game. All right, Carlos, one last question before I let you go. I got to ask. Sure. You're the coach of Orlando City. You're right in front of all the players. Tell me what you're telling them so that they stay focused for tomorrow's game.
That's a big responsibility. I don't know that I would like to have that in front of me. But listen, we're at home. Let's make them feel us. Let's make them feel both the heat and the pressure that we're going to bring to the pitch. Let's make them understand this is our home soil, and we will not give away any single blade of grass anywhere on the pitch.
Carlos Mauricio Ramirez, play-by-play announcer for MLS on Apple TV. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you.
Sounds like that's shaping up to be a pretty interesting game for Orlando City there. We do have some more sports news for you, actually some breaking news here, as Klay Thompson is expected to sign with the Miami Heat after he clears waivers upon a contract buyout with the Dallas Mavericks. Sources are telling ESPN this. This is some breaking sports news here for all of you sports fans, especially fans of the Miami Heat, which is a pretty local team for us. We'll keep an eye on this to see if there are any additional updates from this. He is the former Splash brother with the Golden State Warriors, four-time NBA champion, and one of the best shooters of all time. So it does sound like he will be coming to Florida to play for one of our Florida teams. We're almost out of time here on Fox 35 News Plus. I want to take you now to the Tupac Shakur trial, which is still happening there in Las Vegas. A lot of pretty interesting things been happening there in that trial. Over the past couple of days, we've heard some pretty emotional testimony. So let's listen in here and see what's kind of been going on in that courtroom in Vegas there, right before we turn things off to our Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologists.
The gun, when he started popping? Yeah. Like immediately at that point. It's like, at the point. Yeah. Hesitate, he grabbed him.
How much longer is there left in the recording?
There's about 30 minutes, so you want to take a lunch break. We'll finish the 30 call witness that we won't get through today.
That works. We'll take our lunch break now. The food has been delivered. I don't want it to get too cold. So at this time, we will recess. During this recess, you're admonished not to talk or converse amongst yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected to the trial, or read, watch, or listen to any report or commentary on the trial of any person connected to this case by any medium of information, including without limitation, newspaper, television, internet, and radio, or form or express any opinion on any subject connected with the trial until the case is submitted to you. We'll have you guys back here at 1:30. Please rise for the jury.
And it does look like that trial is taking a break here for the day. Well, perfect timing because we are out of time here on Fox 35 News Plus. Thank you so much for joining us today. We had a lot of news, even some breaking news right there at the end. So pretty exciting day for us here. We're about to hand things off to our Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologists to give you an update on the weather that's going to be coming across Central Florida. Thankfully, that heat advisory is over, but now it looks like